Dancing when the stars go blue, dancing when the evening falls, dancing in your wooden shoes, in a wedding
Dancing when the stars go blue, dancing when the evening falls, dancing in your wooden shoes, in a wedding gown.
Dancing with the game, moonwalk on vinyl. Going down the grade, I'm a Tennessee Titan. Tell them put my DNA in an airlock vial. Remembering the soul of a Southside rider. In the SRT, burning keep on flower. Up in early 2000s in the nighttime hours. Soul searching like my heart froze on the web browser. But the devil down under can't match this fire. Yeah, this level of an artist don't get much higher. Put my plain face on a plane, tell them go fly. This backwood magic, a lane with no traffic. Texas Cowboys and them Tennessee Bandits. I'm dying trying to live through the FM static. Dust covered in the attic so the future gon' jam it. We immortal through the sound of a down south spirit, so the next generation can remember how we live it.
Dancing when the stars go blue, dancing when the evening falls, dancing in your wooden shoes, in a wedding gown.
Dance with a pioneer, let it play forever. Heart bumping to the bass, a downhill legend. Got Kalani on the beat in a smoke-filled session. When we gone, I hope we get the tip bowls in. Blood raps in gold, blowing smoke so electric. Ganja so gorgeous, call it 24 karat. Couple lone stars leaving all the dust trail. Balance 808 to the kick H-Town apparatus.
And we are live. Welcome to Square Work Media's world. And we are live. How is everyone doing this morning? Hope everyone is doing good. Welcome to this morning early edition chill stream. Bet you guys probably thought that was a little corny what I did there a while ago, but whatever. Hope everyone's doing good and slept good like I did. Went to sleep early and there it is. Yeah, so what's up, Bubba? What's up? I know you're awake too. You say I just went outside. Oh, let's watch this and react to this video. Crazy new laws now in effect in California. This should be interesting. This is America Uncovered. Be sure you check them out, like and subscribe. Let's get forward to what they're talking about. Oh. So it accomplishes nothing. Agree. True. I, I oh shit. Holy shit. Angelinos. This dude, man. Oh, wow. Uh-oh. Dr. Phil's telling people what they can and can't post now? He ain't lying. Mm-hmm. Wow, what do you guys think about this? This was uploaded 14 hours ago. I'm going to pause it for a second. Hoping I don't get blocked. I mean, I'm doing this by fair use. So what do you guys think? Do any of y'all self-censor yourselves? I know probably a lot of people say, nah. So a lot of people aren't being worried about being monetized on this site, or if or you don't care running a non-monetized channel, you know, as long as people will donate to you and stuff. But Now, the donations could be judged by what people's values are, and this is at the center of our society right now, this very issue right here. Cancel culture versus freedom of speech. What is free speech online when it comes to social media? We have seen people, you know, oh great, we got some more. Good. Let's get this channel, Haytime, Missouri PD. Oh man, they just made this one today. They ain't scared of nothing. Yeah, sure you are. Sure you are. Oh no, let's show that message. We want to get that message screenshot. Piss off, Haytime PD. Yeah, let's get that, because I'm sure the people that are attacking a citizen of Hayti would love the fact that you're just thumbing your nose to the police and impersonating them. That's smart. Yeah, that's a little fuck. That is not sexual at all. That is her style, her beauty, like that. Like something tells me I'm going to end up agreeing with this woman that sued the University of Tennessee, and that's not because I got something wrong or against Pat Sajak. I promise you that. I ain't got nothing wrong with Pat Sajak or the University of Tennessee. You know, technically I hate that gaudy orange, but, you know, I loved the movie The Blind Side and that whole story. So, you know, I'm on the fence on this one, guys, for right now. So far, though, I'm leaning in her favor. So this woman is going to school, maybe paying some with government assistance, maybe paying out of her own pocket, doesn't really matter. She's got an Instagram account, which, you know, just because you go to a school doesn't mean what you post on your private, personal Instagram, YouTube, whatever account reflects on them. Same of your church and everything else. I don't get this. People might try to do that, and that's what people are calling out to be cancel culture, when people try to wrongfully get people to associate things, and they're like a hard style arguing semantics about things they can't even technically argue semantics over because it's her personal stuff. That's horrible. That's fucking horrible. Why would the dean of a school need to say that? I mean, she could have also been posting some hot political stuff that did not go over well with the people there. You never know. She says it was these posts, and I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt, but what other posts did she share in support of or whatever that they didn't like, but they just didn't, you know, stop on it? You know what I mean? Okay, so she does have some of the time where she works at the place. All right. Well, still, even if you work somewhere, you know, hundreds of people work places and have private Facebook accounts, and their work, I hope, isn't going through their Facebook, spying on it, determining whether they want to keep them or not. That'd be fucking wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think she sued him. I think it was a right decision. Somebody, obviously, either from the administration, got curious, interested, and looked into it because they knew that she worked at the school as well instead of just going there, or somebody that didn't like her shared it. You said that they called the first ritual sexual, which would be way crossing the line. There wasn't even any, no offense, but there wasn't any cleavage or nothing. I mean, I don't see how it could be regarded as sexual. I'm sorry. Unless someone subjectively saw it as that. You know, they're putting their perception and claiming that that's what her perception is from doing. You know, they're claiming to almost like know what her mind is thinking about everything she's ever posted. So the first time they tried to, and she appealed. Dean said, hey, tone it down. Let her go back. Then they suspend her a second time because she basically, I guarantee, thought, yeah, okay, I'll tone it down. Yeah, it sounds like this woman's trying to tell me what I can and can't do on my private personal accounts. And so I believe she maybe didn't double down or do more, but she probably just continued to act normal as she always has. So unprofessional social media. So you see, guys, it wasn't because she was just a student going there. She was working there. And when you are working places, especially in a place like Tennessee, you know, Tennessee is a right to work state. I had a business that did me horrible last year. So horrible that it would have been grounds from everything I took and talked with others. It would have been grounds for some type of action. But, you know, suing people is not cheap. It is not easy, especially when you're going up against corporations, businesses, etc. And especially when you live in right to work states. So what I'm learning here more is that she was also employed there. And obviously that employer, being that it's a college, with all the talk of cancel culture and free speech going on, raging, just like Dr. Phil said at the beginning, there's no wonder I see now. But I can't believe it's happening here in Tennessee. Like, you may expect this in Michigan or some more northern states, but it's spreading, you guys, across the whole United States. This is proof of it. Sounds like just a really easy way to fire somebody, if you ask me. But so does right to work laws, but it's another story. Probably other co-workers, I bet. Of course they did. Yeah, now before this guy starts talking, because I'm already a little suspicious on when he starts talking, how he's already speaking. yeah, there is a lot of sensitivity between that because schools are supposed to teach you. I don't know. Why don't we just let this guy talk? Well, I need to double check. I hope I've been taking enough pause and breaks and talking. Channel. Oh, as long as. Of course they did. You can't hear the video. I'm sorry you guys can't hear the video. Oh my god. Oh, that's probably why I ain't been struck down yet. Here, I'm sorry guys. I am so sorry. The first girl though, I mean, you heard me talk about that.
To be unprofessional, and everything was just
I'm
very
so
vague.
sorry.
So they did that, and then let me go with a warning in 2019.
Morning, Heather. I
So
see
I'm
y'all
thinking,
now.
okay, everything's okay. Moving forward.
Morning,
Come back for
Heather,
our second
Paul.
year,
Hello,
and once
everyone.
Again, I get an email
Morning, chat.
saying we have to have a professionalism committee meeting because reports were made against me due to my social media.
Probably from our
And this
coworkers.
time, they voted to expel me from the program. And so I did not accept that whatsoever. And I immediately started to research and see about how I could get that overturned.
What's a topic that you...
All right, now, so basically, she got fired from her university / also school that she was attending and removed from the program, all because of social media posts that had song lyrics or pictures she took of herself. I think that is way extreme, and I think that was a case of probably could have been more personal, saying that her coworkers and stuff had voted her, so.
You've been asked not to talk about at a university.
So she's suing the University of Tennessee. If y'all didn't know, I'm sorry. The video, I'm sorry. I had my stuff messed up. There's no excuse.
Well, there's a lot of sensitivities towards sex, LGBTQIA community, religion, politics. I mean, the list, basically they're saying don't do comedy. That's literally what they're saying. Don't do comedy. That happens a lot.
Well, that kind of sucks for a comedian.
It does. It does. It is making us more creative. We should never, ever, as comedians, be going for the low-hanging fruit to begin with. And comedy has evolved, but at the same time, that slippery slope, that pendulum goes too far, then you see a lot of performative actions and not of real thought and freedom of expression.
So there's a
I gotta agree with you about a lot of things, but he kind of freaked me out there for a second when he just first started talking about sexual stuff in school. Like, we gotta remember, the girl first is from a college, but still, there's a reason that there is such a lash back about that stuff in smaller non-college schools, because it's indoctrination.
Line there on when you're entertaining, you're being funny, or you're being offensive.
There ain't no reason for a third grade drag show. Sorry, not sorry.
And then who's offended?
By the way, this is Gabrielle Gambrell, who is a professor at NYU and says hate speech and inappropriate behavior should be censored on.
I have to agree with that.
I do believe in, I'm extremely in favor of the First Amendment.
Me and this woman have some similar metaphysical characteristics, and I would say that I sit where she sits.
To be clear, I broadcast background, media background. I believe in the First Amendment, but we have seen things that happen when social media is not censored. The horrific incident that happened in Buffalo, the individual that shot up the supermarket in Buffalo, New York, had tremendous amounts of things on his social media that should have triggered some people saying, hey, this guy should not have access to legally get a firearm. So,
I don't agree with that liberal, way left thing. You want to try to, you can't be mental health police and base on someone's, no. I think this person is an infiltrator now.
In certain instances where it's harmful, in certain instances where it could hurt people, where there's negative intent.
How about you make a red flag law whenever a bunch of groups of people go up against just one small little person? That may be a red flag law thingy you can make that say, yeah, we need to pay attention to this, but making a law saying, oh, this person's got some weird post, I think we need to put him on a little list and just not tell him about it. No, I don't agree with that.
There should be censorship. In some instances where I see viral videos where someone is clearly racist or homophobic,
Obviously, they should be.
or
But you got to be clear on what is hatred and bigotry and what is opinion, comedy, etc. You got to be clear on that, and the person posting should make it very clear too. But then again, the person posting could also try to say this is tomatoes, or this is great, smells also, and there's nothing but shit coming out of their mouth.
anything nasty, and then
Like them, like my so-called people doing all this harassment stuff to me for entertainment purposes only. They would say that, but it's for their sick entertainment and breaking the law. So therefore, bullshit.
the video goes viral, they lose their job, I'm like, score. Because that person does not deserve to have this title which they can impact certain communities. They need to work on themselves. What I do truly believe in is redemption. There's opportunity to learn, to be better, to not harm people.
Well, wouldn't losing your job, I mean, how does that help somebody be redeemed as opposed to just teach them that, oh, well, if you express yourself, you are going to be punished?
Excellent point.
I mean, by setting up this situation where that when somebody does say these things, that's what triggers the punishment, and that, often that punishment is, something that is very destructive to them rather than something that's educational to them. We're not convincing them. We are convincing them that they need to keep things underground.
That was a good comeback by that dude. He said we are convincing them they need to keep things underground, and that's what and that is what's happening. I would say yes. Yeah, Heather, I I was agreeing with everything that lady said until she brought up red flag Second Amendment, and I remembered she was from New York. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, she's political.
My name is Alex, and I am widely known on the internet for my rants. Cancel culture ruins everything. It ruins free speech, it ruins honesty, it ruins comedy.
Okay.
My rants have gone viral, over 4.5 million views.
Must be saying some good things.
People in France are doing beachy waves. It's not the vibes. I have a jewelry line. As a small business owner, I was really, really upset when the COVID lockdowns happened. I do not like a mask. I will not wear a mask. People were just going along with whatever the government said because
Exactly. I mean, look, guys, I wore a mask in the places you had to wear a mask. When there was sickness or an outbreak and I was worried about my grandfather, I got a vaccine, I got a mask. I recognized even at that time, with all that stuff going on and thinking about it, hearing the debates and the opinions, I was like, if I was on my own, I know that I would act like that, but since I'm, with my grandfather, a loved one, and he's older and stuff, that's what propelled my decisions, not whether, because normally I wouldn't have got the vaccine probably, and I wouldn't have wore a mask some of the time even, but I did.
I refuse to spread the lies of the woke left agenda. My Instagram.
She's not lying when she calls out a woke left agenda.
Has been shut down 4 times.
It could also be called a woke right agenda too, just so you're aware.
And my Twitter was shut down once. I lost 130,000 followers. I get death threats, smearing me, slandering me, but I don't care, and I'm never gonna shut up.
The stuff that I see is so...
Well, I hear you on about not being quiet. Like, you know, they've tried to attack my channel and stuff. Now, you know, I may have to already start getting a second channel going and be ready to rebuild like Iceman. Who knows?
Over the top, dude. Like, these people will never amount to anything if they are offended by anything. Offended.
Hell, offended that I'm fucking pointing out that these people are breaking laws. That's what y'all are offended by. The so-called workybirds. You're offended. I'm pointing out you're breaking laws. Fuck you.
Offended. Like, legitimately. They think that they're ruining me, but they're not. My business has grown 4 or 5 times because I fight back. The woke mob and cancel culture have just created a very weak, offended generation of fake victims. I
don't know about all of that, but I do. There are some legitimate things. There are cases of people being bullied to death. Like, you guys, there's got to be middle ground in between the extremes of both of these sides. One is free everything, no restrictions. The other is restrict heavily, you know, this specific. There needs to be something in the middle.
I will keep speaking out my opinions and the truth because I know it's
Hell
right.
yeah,
So
I
there's
agree.
White girl, and she's sitting there, and she, of course, she like has her like mask on or whatever, like right below her chin, so like people know she has a mask. You know, she's like not anywhere without the mask.
Yep. I know people like that.
Okay, and she's like, so I have these little tiny hairs, and I don't want to call them baby hairs because I don't know if that's like gonna offend anyone. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah, I gotta make sure I don't want to offend anybody. Oh, hold on, let me make sure what I'm wearing is not offensive to anybody. Yeah. I mean, that'd be like telling a 2005 student, hey, you can't, you know, that'd be like back in 2005 and a school official or something calling in a parent or bringing a kid into the office because he's wearing a Led Zeppelin or Metallica t-shirt or some other heavy metal or, you know, type of, it's just...
Are you offending babies now? I don't get it. She's like, but you know, they're really
especially at a Christian private school I went to. Oh yeah, that happened.
Need to be like straightened. They really need to be straightened. I don't know if there's like some kind of like hair product I can use. I was thinking about using a black hair product, but I don't know. Like, is that gonna? I don't know if that will offend any black people out there if I use a black hair product. Bitch, do you think a black person cares what kind of hair product you're using? Like, do you think anyone gives?
Damn, she getting a little bit into it, ain't she? I mean, golly, she's like, do you think that? Well, I mean, probably not in the bigger picture, but like, is the stream still up and going? We're not taken down, are we? We're not taking. We're not.
I fight back.
We're not taken down, are we? Well, okay. So far, so good. So far, so good. I am pausing enough. Good. Yeah, hell yeah, Heather. That is so true, Heather. That is so true.
That much about you. I'm done.
Well,
Hi.
you get pretty animated.
I do. I'm a social media influencer.
Man, that ain't no joke. She talk about you get pretty animated. She's I think she's found her perfect place.
And I don't follow the mainstream. I feel like everyone nowadays is so PC. They are so nervous about offending anyone. And I'm the opposite, constantly thrown off of Instagram. This is my 4th account on Instagram that I've had for just asking a question, for just saying, I don't like masks. I say what I want to say. Why can't we all say what we want to say? I'm not saying let's make fun of an individual person. Let's incite violence. Nothing, it's just my opinion. Why can't we all just have an opinion?
Cancel culture ruins everything.
And that's I don't think I've ever tried to incite anybody to do anything. Have Oh, wait, no, I haven't. So, yeah, I don't feel wrong with that either. I understand what she means by that.
It ruins free speech, it ruins honesty, it ruins comedy. We have to just go around and pretend like we don't.
Yeah, but there are some things in comedy, you don't just joke about. Mr. Martin was talking about that the other day, or not Mr. Martin. Who was it? That brought up the Dave Chappelle. It was Rusty Truck that brought up Dave Chappelle. You don't want to even go to certain part, and that's important.
Have any opinions other than what the woke left has or will be canceled. I went to New Orleans.
Now that was a good point, because the woke left does not want you to have nothing but their viewpoint, or you will be canceled. Your social credit score will go to 0.
And we went to, it's like an old house or something that's now a restaurant. You assume it's gonna be like real Southern food, right? So our waiter told us that
No, it's not.
it's like Moroccan Thai fusion. Like what the like, see what I mean? Like why?
Alright, though this is a little bit overboard.
Why is everyone so woke? I think social media should be a place where everyone should speak freely. As long as they're not threatening to harm someone, why not let all ideas just out there in the open so that people can judge for themselves?
What was the last thing you got canceled about?
It's everything. It's that I
Yeah, I would basically say it's just about everything. Damn, sounds like it.
talk about being overweight and how it's not healthy. I talk about
I mean, Boss Lady Bird, you need to hear what this woman got to say.
Masks and how I think masks and vaccinations, like the mask thing, is stupid. It doesn't work. And like the plexiglass thing, hiding behind a plexiglass.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the plexiglasses in court and stuff, those aren't going anywhere for a while.
That doesn't work. It's not even true. They're standing 6 feet in between everyone. It's dumb. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well, people are still trying to normalize that shit. I hate to say it.
Why does anybody care what you think about that?
Because
nobody does, but actually some people do, and that's what people don't get. They're like, who cares? A lot of people that share the same mindset, and that's why I'm shouting mine out, so I can attract those.
Watch me.
Not
like
the
me.
opposite.
I mean, you don't have any expertise in that, so
It's common sense. It's common sense. Why can't I share my thoughts on social media? I'm not inciting violence.
Well, it's more than common sense. You could actually demonstrate and do your own little... If you followed the scientific method and did these experiments to show like how it really doesn't matter, like the person did with the with wearing the gloves and sanitizing and then touching the phone all day and cross-contamination, there is some things you could demonstrate and show with the scientific method that it's like really, I mean, at this point, it's redundant.
And not be shut down. I'm constantly being shut down.
Well, I don't see a reason why you can't.
But I am all the time.
Well, that's censorship.
Yes.
And that's just...
And I have a small business. So,
So this is both. We see a African-American woman and a Caucasian American or white American, whatever you want to say, woman, both victims of this type of same thing going on. So it's not restrictive to gender or person or whatever. It can happen to anybody.
Trying to affect my business. Even people who don't agree with me, they're like, she's not saying anything that's wrong. So why is she being shut down?
Yeah, like me wanting to start my YouTube channel here, and people threaten to, just because they don't like me for calling out, telling them that you're going to leave me alone. It's called freedom of association. Stop. You don't have, and the way out of the way videos to ruin my character and that are degrading, and say you should stop with those too. Like, no, they want to push back and they want to tell me, no, you stop, and we're going to hurt you by trying to keep, oh, well, if we can't get him that way, we'll call this person. Oh, that relative didn't work, well, we'll try this. Oh, well, we'll call the police and bug them the hell out of them. Here, we'll make fake accounts up and we'll trick him. Here, we'll pretend to be his friend for so long until we get enough information, then we flip it all on him. I mean, that's what these Workyverse people have done to me the whole fucking time.
I
So
disagree, I'd either engage in a dialogue or I would just go to a
So Workyverse, you're like the woke left.
different page.
exactly, don't
I
watch
don't
me.
have to
It's
stay.
naturally cancel me naturally by not watching me, by not supporting me. But that's the thing, like this whole thing with the mobs coming for you, the mobs.
Yeah, Workyverse, stop watching me. Just move on. Move on. Just move on. Before we're all in court soon.
Coming for you to threaten companies, take her down or don't deplatform her. It's not right.
She has 350 million views of these rants. It's over
yeah.
350 million
It's
views.
because people like my authenticity. I'm not just following the narrative, following everyone's narrative, being like a sheep. Like, why can't we say what we think?
I think people misinterpret the First Amendment sometimes.
And this will probably be my favorite part of the show if Dr. Phil expands on the First Amendment. If not, I'm going to after this.
Because free speech is not something that is guaranteed like on Twitter or places like that. The First Amendment says that the government shall pass no law, and private business can pretty much do what they want to do. You don't have guarantees there, and we just have to fight for the things that we want to fight for. And I really hate that 62% of people say that they're self-censoring. I think it's really important sometimes to think about whether the things you're saying to yourself and to others are really rational. Are they in your...
Yeah, he's making a really good point.
Your best interest to say. And we're really divided right now.
Yeah, that's the
This country has a lot of divisiveness going on.
Amen.
And that's why I say I think we should have a council culture instead of a cancel culture. It would take so little effort sometimes to just reach out to somebody and say, hey, you might want to think about this or think about that. And, do what you want to do, but I just wanted to reach out to you.
If one side is always being silenced and the other side is not always being silenced, that's the problem.
I agree with that very much as well.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
You can't be intimidated, and 62% of people are intimidated.
Which is the majority. I mean, that is a majority, over 50%.
Because they're afraid
62.
of being canceled. They're afraid of losing their Instagram account. So they don't say anything.
My committee, the school.
Shout out, go check out Undead Chronic. Anybody that wants to. Shit, he's on his 14th YouTube account. 14th, and he's got millions of subscribers. Yeah, 14th.
Committee told me to remove what I thought they would find offensive. So I was having to self-censor in that regard as well.
So now you get to guess at what it is they want. Yeah, that's fair.
I had no idea what was
Well,
offensive to them.
you got a year and a half to go, so.
Yeah, May 2023.
Do you have a story or a question for me? Click the link in the description.
Well, I thought that was a great thing, but I think I want us to take a moment and look at the First Amendment. Really look at it. And how can we do that? Good old friend Google. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting. But see, they did with Scientology. They made it, the IRS did, but I forgot the IRS is not a part of Congress. People remember that? The IRS and Federal Reserve are not part of Congress. So this doesn't apply to them, so they can do what they want. See, people need to keep that in mind about how our government isn't even perfect still yet. The fact that we have the Federal Reserve Act, which did go through Congress, which allows the Federal Reserve and IRS to recognize and give tax-exempt status to these organizations that that had put pressure on them or that they favor, which is a conflict of interest in my opinion, and would directly fight with this. But if you're not Congress, then this technically wouldn't apply to you, I guess. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people, peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Wanted to see, I thought there was more, there's more written about, like in the Bill of Rights about it or something, I know. This is sad. I don't even know that. I mean, that shows you how much they don't teach of our Constitution. The court added in Murdoch versus Pennsylvania that a community may not suppress or the state tax the dissemination of views because they are unpopular, annoying, or distasteful. That would be a complete repudiation of the philosophy of the Bill of Rights, according to the court. In Stanley versus Georgia, 1969, the Supreme Court stated that the First Amendment protects the right to receive information and ideas regardless of their social worth, and to generally be free from the governmental intrusions into one's privacy and control of one's own thoughts. That is powerful to remember. Stanley versus Georgia, 1969. Basically 1970. So it was 30 years back in 2000. So, you know, it's 50, you know, here we're about 53 years. The Supreme Court stated that the First Amendment protects the right to receive information and ideas regardless of their social worth, and to be generally free from governmental intrusions into one's privacy and control of one's own thoughts. The Supreme Court of the United States characterized the rights of free speech and free press as fundamental personal rights and liberties, noted that exercise of these rights lies at the foundation of free government by free men. In Bond versus Floyd, 1966, a case involving the constitutional shield around the speech of elected officials, the Supreme Court declared that the First Amendment's central commitment is that, in the words of New York Times Company versus Sullivan, 1964, debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open. The court further explained that just as erroneous statements must be protected to give freedom of expression the breathing space it needs to survive, so statements criticizing public policy and the implementation of it must be similarly protected. The Supreme Court in Chicago Police Department versus Mosley said, but above all else, the First Amendment means that government has no power to restrict expression because of its message, its ideas, its subject matter, or its content. To permit the continued building of our politics and culture and to assure self-fulfillment of each individual, our people are guaranteed the right to express any thought, free from government censorship. The essence of this forbidden censorship is content control. Any restriction on expressive activity because of its content would completely undercut the profound national commitment to the principle that debate on public issues should be uninhibited, robust, and wide open. The level of protections with respect to free speech and free press given by the First Amendment is not limitless, as stated in his concurrence in Chicago Police Department versus Mosley, 1972. Chief Justice Warren E. Burger said, numerous holdings of this court attest to the fact the First Amendment does not literally mean that we are guaranteed the right to express any thought free from government censorship. This statement is subject to some qualifications, as for example, Roth versus United States, Chaplinsky versus New Hampshire, and see also New York Times Company versus Sullivan. Attached to those core rights of free speech and free press are several peripheral rights that make these core rights more secure. not only freedom of association, including privacy in one's association, but also in the words of Griswold versus Connecticut, the freedom of the entire university community, the right to distribute, the right to receive, and the right to read, as well as freedom of inquiry, freedom of thought, and freedom to teach. The United States Constitution protects, according to the Supreme Court, the right to receive information and ideas regardless of their social worth, and to be generally free from governmental intrusions into one's privacy and control of one's thoughts. As stated by the court in Stanley, if the First Amendment means anything, it means the state has no business telling a man sitting alone in his own house what books he may read, or films he may watch, or whole constitutional heritage rebels at the thought of giving government power to control men's minds. Whew, that is a mouthful. Oh, I know what I'm reading. Yeah, the Federal Reserve is not federal. It's a private bank. It has private stockholders. Neither is the IRS. Here, I'll show you something. Rest in peace. What was that guy's name? Oh, yeah. Please tell me they got the video somewhere online. I know it ain't hardly on. This is it right here. Tell me it works. Come on, just tell me it works and has some English to it.
You rolling?
Yes.
What happened on
this is
9/11 is a phony, and we've never learned.
It's not what I want to get to. I want to.
Democratic Convention in Chicago in '68. And so my club became a hangout for the hippies. Slaves. I mean, Israel to Arizona.
For the use of this money we just printed out.
People, I tell people.
Setting up this neo-feudal world system.
It's not about money. It's about control. It's about.
Here it is.
I think a lot of them think they're doing the right thing. I think a lot of them. It's not about money. We the people, by the people, for in the world is the.
Here it is.
It has unlimited money. It's not the people playing on the board.
Exactly.
The bank owns the board, the box, the shelf it's sitting on.
But that's because you gave them the ability to make the money. You have to take that away from them.
We need to take the bank away from the private bankers.
Exactly. You have to take the creation of money away from the private bankers, and you'll solve 95% of your problems.
Well, let me look at America. 10% growth rates every year like China's having right now. The U.S. had 10% growth rates until the Federal Reserve took over. And then if you look at that, it all starts really going downhill from there. Well,
they destroyed the American worker. What they've done, here's what's happened. The Federal Reserve has created this massive inflation in America, which means that the American worker has to keep making more money to keep up with the cost of living. The more money they make to keep up with the cost of living, the less competitive they become in the world economy. So now what happens is we have to pay our workers so much to keep up with the cost of living, say, well, screw the American worker, let's go overseas now and get the cheap labor.
But really, that's a war being waged against the middle class.
Of course
the
it is.
bankers print the money. Really, this is a war being waged against the middle class. The bankers print the money. Everything they're doing is about destroying any private pools of wealth or independence.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is because of the inflation that they've created.
This guy was friends with one of the Rockefellers, and I'm trying to find the part of this interview where he speaks about Nick Rockefeller, who was a lawyer and is part of the Rockefeller family.
And it gave him a chance.
And they were friends.
Believe in it.
No, I agree. When I do bad things, I have them. capitalistic
Right.
and free market all day.
Come on, let me see if I can. Aaron Russo on Nick Rockefeller. See if there's a more clipped, because that's a long thing to go through. Yeah, maybe this is it.
He was at the house one night, and
Here we
they
go.
told me was that.
Here we go. Here we go.
Well, one of the things they told me was that he was at the house one night, and we were talking, and he started laughing. He said, "Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about?"
Morning, Dumb. Morning, Paul.
And,
everyone listen to
I
this,
said,
please. Please,
I
everyone listen to this. This is very, very... You're going to hear something from... This man is passed away. Rest in peace, Mr. Russo. He passed away of cancer years back. But please listen to this. This is something I heard when I was waking up at a lot younger age, and I forgot about talking and spreading this stuff. But listen to what this is very unique. But I see all you guys. I just saw hello, Dumb Genius, and all of you, Delilah. I'll be in chat in just a second.
You were talking, and he started laughing. He said, "Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about?" And I said, I'm pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said, I think it's about women having the right to work, getting equal pay with men, just like they won the right to...
Now he's having a conversation with Nick Rockefeller. Now this is one of those, there's a picture of him. I wonder if it shows it, but I'll try to find it if it doesn't. But
vote, and he started to laugh. He said, "You're an idiot." And I said, "Why am I an idiot?" He said, let me tell you what that was about. We, the Rockefellers, funded that. We funded Women's Lib, and we're the ones who got all over the newspapers and television, the Rockefeller Foundation. He says, and you want to know why? He says, there were two primary reasons. And they were, one reason was we couldn't tax half the population before Women's Lib. And the second reason was now we get the kids in school at an early age. We can indoctrinate the kids how to think, which it breaks up the family. The kids start looking at the state as the family, as the school, as the officials, as their family, not as the parents teaching them. And so those are the two primary reasons for Women's Lib, which I thought up to that point was a noble thing. When I saw their intentions behind it, where they were coming from when they created it, the thought of it, I saw the evil behind what I thought was a noble venture.
Aaron, did you know that Gloria Steinem, in one of her own books, now admits the CIA funded Miss Magazine?
No, I had no idea about that. No, I never heard that.
Yeah, we're going to...
CIA funded Miss Magazine?
Funded Miss Magazine with the stated goal of taxing women and breaking up the family.
No kidding. I never heard that. Well, Nick told me. I mean, I know it, but not because I know the CIA was involved in it.
Well, Gloria Steinem was proud of it. Oh, the CIA wanted to help women.
No kidding.
So they funded it, yeah. And of course, it's divide and conquer.
Right,
and
of course.
What they do is they focus in, obviously, on real problems. Women were getting shafted in many ways, but the elite wasn't planning to help them. They were planning to really shaft them and take men away from them. Look at what they did with black families. You only had about 10% illegitimacy 50 years ago in black communities, and now it's over 90%. And look at welfare. We're going to give you some money, but you can't have a man in the house.
Right.
And so that was further to degrade the family.
Y'all hear this shit?
Totally destroyed, and now illegitimacy is over 50% in the general population.
Right. Well,
let me find where it got the picture of. Maybe this is it. It's a little bit longer. Man, it used to be just a regular small clip.
The ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers, and they're doing it in sections. The European currency, the euro, and the European Constitution is one part of it. Now they're trying to do it in America with the North American Union, right? And they want to create a new currency called the Amero, right? And the whole agenda is to create a one world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips, right? There'll be no more cash. And this is given me straight from Rockefeller himself. This is what they want to accomplish. And all money will be in your chips. And so instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want to. If they say you owe us this much money in taxes, they just deduct it out of your chip digitally.
Total control.
Total control. And if you're like me or you, and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip. And you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's total control of the people.
And that chip's connected to a database that has your purchasing records, what you do, what
everything,
you sell.
Everything is in there, you know? And so that
they've already got that with our digital banking system that we have with our Visa cards and stuff. That's the precursor to it, people.
They want a one world government controlled by them, everybody being chipped, all your money in those chips, and they control the chips, and they control people, and you become a slave. You become a serf to these people. That's their goal. That's their intentions.
Eric, can you be specific about when you met Rockefeller, how it happened in these discussions?
I hope they show
I
the
met
picture.
Rockefeller through
He's a
female
slimy
attorney
looking fuck.
who called me up one day and said one of the Rockefellers would like to meet you. I had made a video called Mad as Hell.
Yeah, this is it. They're going to do
the
it.
video and wanted to meet me and knew I was running for governor of Nevada. So sure, I'd love to meet him. And I met him and I liked him, and he was a very, very smart man. And we used to talk and share ideas and thoughts. And he's the one who told me 11 months before 9/11 ever happened that there was going to be an event. Never told me what the event was going to be, but there was going to be an event. And out of that event, we were going to invade Afghanistan to run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. We were going to invade Iraq, you know, to take over the oil fields, establish a base in the Middle East, and make it all part of the New World Order.
Because I was a kid when this was going on.
And we'd go after Chavez in Venezuela. And sure enough, later 9/11 happened. And I remember he was telling me how how you're going to see soldiers looking in caves for people in Afghanistan and Pakistan and all these places. And there's going to be this war on terror, which is no real enemy. And the whole thing is a giant hoax, you know, but it's a way for the government to take over the American people.
He told you it was going to be a hoax.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no question. He says, there's going to be war on terror. And he's just laughing. There's no... Who are we fighting? I mean, why do you think 9/11 happened and then nothing's happened since then? Do you think that our security is so great here that these people who pulled off 9/11, who were able to, can't knock down another plane? Come on, it's ridiculous. 9/11 was done by people in our own government and our own banking system to perpetuate the fear of the American people into subordinating themselves to anything the government wants them to do. That's what it's about, and to create this war, this endless war on terror. And that's why and that was the first lie. And the next lie was going into Iraq, you know, to get Saddam Hussein out with his weapons of mass destruction. That was the next lie.
Now, specifically, this was a little over 6 years ago.
This was
11 months before 9/11.
Yeah.
And Nick Rockefeller, who's a lawyer, he's become your friend over the previous years, and he's saying to you that there's going to be this big event, and then out of that we're going to have a war on terror, and it's just going to go on and on.
Right, an endless war on terror without any real enemy. That you can never, so you can never define a winner.
And did he say that it's going to be perfect because you can't define an enemy? It just goes on
and on? Yeah, because you can't define a winner. There's no one who's on to beat, so it goes on and on forever. And they can do whatever they want. They scare the hell out of the American public. Look, this whole war on terror is a fraud. It's a farce. It's very difficult to say it out loud because people are intimidated against saying it. Because if you say it, they want to make you into a nutcase. But the truth has to come out. That's why I'm doing this interview. The fact of the matter happens to be that the whole war on terror is a fraud. It's a farce. Yeah, there's a war going on in Iraq because we invaded Iraq. And people over there fighting, you know. But the war on terror, that's a joke. You know, and until we discover what really happened on 9/11 and who was responsible for 9/11, because that's where the war on terror emanates from. That's where it comes from. It was 9/11 that allowed this war on terror to begin. And until we get to the bottom root of 9/11, the truth of 9/11, we'll never know about the war on terror.
Aaron, you said that he was, and I think it's important, and I know this about the Rockefellers from Dr. Dennis Cuddy and many others who literally, you'll be 20 years old in a lunch line at college, and there's David Rockefeller. And here's here. I mean, they're experts at recruiting and getting what they call players, and that clearly he was. I mean, I want to make it specific and just get you to reiterate what you said last night about you got 30% of the vote. You were having an effect. You made mad as hell. They knew that you'd started the Constitution Party.
Yeah.
They knew that you were somebody who was taking action and getting things done. You'd already made some big films, had a lot of other successes.
Right.
So they were trying to recruit you, and didn't it come down to the point of, hey, we are here to recruit you, and don't worry, your chip's going to say, don't mess with us. You know, this guy's don't touch.
Yeah, yes, that did happen. I was definitely being recruited, but it's more subtle than that.
Well, in your words, just go through the process, and then what do you say?
Well, what it is remember, we were friends, and we used to go to my house a lot. We'd have dinner, we'd talk, and he'd tell me about business investments that he'd get involved in, you know, or they would help me with this business investment or that business investment. And was I interested in joining the Council on Foreign Relations? You know, I would have to get a letter to join them, but was I interested in that? And, you know, just stuff, you know, leading you on. And I used to say to him that I never really did that because that wasn't where I was coming from. You know, as much as I like you, Nick, you know, your ways and my ways, we're on the opposite side of the fence. You know, I don't believe in enslaving people, you know, and
he would come back with, oh, I do? Or?
Well, it would be more like, you know.
It's better for them.
Well, it's more like, you know, how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you. They're just serfs. They're just people. You know, it was just...
That hits me hard every time I hear that.
The lack of caring, you know, and that's just not who I was. It was just sort of like cold, you know. It was just like cold, you know. And I used to say to him, what's the point of all this? You have all the money in the world you need. You have all the power you need. What's the point? You know, what's the end goal? And he said the end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society, to have the bankers, the elite people, you know, the bankers and some governor controlling the world. And I said, all the people in the Council on Foreign Relations believe this way you do? He said, no. You know, most of them believe they're doing the right thing. A lot of them believe it's better off being socialistic. You know, we have to convince people that socialism is really capitalism. Because America's becoming a socialist country. It's a communist country today. Well, one of the things they told me was that Let
me look in y'all's comments. I'm sorry. Damn, what the fuck going on up in here? Morning Enlightened. Morning Delilah. Morning Dumb Genius. People, accidents happen in the chat. Someone got rid of all Candyman stuff. It's both your fault. I can see. What the hell did y'all do to Candyman? Well, is he unblocked? I mean, he's not as troll as he, the Candyman. You know the Candyman can. You know the Candyman can. And the Candyman can. Looking ass. Oh, shit. Oh. And I hope y'all are watching this. This is some primo stuff y'all are getting to watch here. I can't believe these are even YouTube videos. They're hard to find YouTube videos. That's why I had to look for them through Google.
He was at the house one night, and we were talking, and he started laughing. He said, Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about?
All right, we've seen this part. Now, let's go. I want to go to the full thing, and I want to find, you know, hell, we ought to be able to watch and react to this. I mean, I'm going to. I'll make sure to share the creator. His name is Coolick, with a smiley face there, 1.2K subscribers. I'm going to subscribe to him. I'm glad he uploaded this. You know, I'm surprised he was able to upload it because they banned Alex Jones off it.
And put everybody in this earth to be the best they can be. You have to stand up for what's right in life. And unless you do that, you're nothing.
I've sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Thomas Jefferson.
Award-winning filmmaker turned freedom fighter, Aaron Russo was an amazing individual. You know, he'd been battling cancer for more than 3.5 years when he began making America Freedom to Fascism, that he shot, directed, edited, pretty much on his own with just the help of a few people. An amazing individual. A long life of award-winning films, of hard work, and for standing up for the Bill of Rights and Constitution. You know, when we first went and shot this interview, I put it out on the web for free, but parts of it have never been seen. So here today, you're going to have a chance to see the in-depth interview, the final interview with Aaron Russo. But his important work lives on. You know, he made one of the definitive films exposing the elite that control this nation and the world, the private Federal Reserve. And the information he put out 2 years ago rings more true today than ever. And his film, America Freedom to Fascism, and Mad as Hell. And
Oh, Daniel. The Candyman was hidden by Daniel Armstrong. Daniel, why you hide the Candyman? What are y'all talking about? He was a pink sucker. The Candyman can. Why y'all get rid of the Candyman? What'd he say? He said, I need support. Paul away, follow. What'd he say? Paul away. Let me go to this dad's channel. What the hell's he got? He got 10 subscribers, Brownie. Join June 2nd. Oh, shit. No. Don't have that person in here. Because, y'all go look at the profile picture of that person. Damn. Is Fusion letting people... Someone's got a picture of Fusion's dad on that account. And I'm letting you know, Fusion, just for your own good. But that Candyman cam... Yeah, I'm sorry, but they got a picture of your dad on there. That's not cool, guys. Just like I didn't ever like Petey putting a picture of my mom up, I will defend and say it's not right for y'all to have a picture of his dad up. That's not right.
The other great works he did just continue like ripples in a pond.
Even though he don't give a shit about me and hates me, I still, you know, I woke up. It's a new day. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to be on the truth side.
To light bushfires in the minds of men and women everywhere. So this film is dedicated to the one, the only, Aaron Russo.
I'm not gonna make everyone a mod. You crazy? There's only certain people that will be mods. Well, it's a good thing you did block him, Delilah, and stuff, because he was a troll. That dude is a troll. Yeah, that is... I recognized it from the Troll in the Workyverse video. That is it's a picture, though, without, you know, any blurring or redaction, though. It's a complete picture. Like people took of my mom off my private Facebook that Petey put on his profile. It's not right.
I'm honored to be.
I mean, I understand if you support me, but I didn't ask for that type of support.
Interviewed by Alex Jones, a truth seeker, fighting for justice.
I never incited anyone to do stuff like that, so do not do it.
Now he's charming me. It's getting me all smiley. Aaron, when did you start to think something was wrong in the world, or start to find out about the whole banking cartel and the Federal Reserve System, the New World Order?
Well, that was a progression of events. I've always been a very independent person.
Yeah,
Always
good.
believed in individuality, and that we would put on.
Brownie's getting his belly scratched.
Unique individuals.
He's like, yeah, it's time I get pampered.
And that
yeah, Daddy. Yeah, Daddy. Get that.
Find out who you are.
Look
to
at
make
him.
Errors, to make mistakes, and as I
Hold on, let me show you this little guy. Put the full screen on.
Brownie, show him what you do. Say, I sit here and I smile. Yeah. Yeah. I smile. Yeah. Yeah, I sit here and I smile. Ah. Yes, Daddy. Yes. Give me all the rubs. Yes. Let me get the belly rub. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's like, oh, that's the good stuff. Been needing to stretch all night. It's cold in a mother trucker outside. I know it is, Bubba. I know. I know it is. I know it's cold. Yes, I do. I know it's cold. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Billy, 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 Billy. Yeah, you're a good boy. Yeah, aren't you? Say hi to everybody. Say I need to shake it off. Don't be Give me 5. Can I have 5, please? Brownie shake. Oh, yeah, he's a good boy. Oh, he's such a good boy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good boy. Hold on. Hold on. Here's your bison kidney. You earned it. Go ahead. It's yours. Yeah. Yeah. Eat it. Everybody wants to see you eat it, Bubba. Yeah. Whoop! I hit you in my hat. Sorry. Trying to rub your head with it. He's too damn hurt. Man, Brownie be getting up early. He's already been outside.
You talking about Brownie gets awake before I am.
As I grew up, I began to realize more and more that
You're a good boy.
was inhibiting me
You're a
in
good
things
boy.
that I wanted to do. And what happened, I was
Go to
very
your spot.
successful in the ladies' lingerie business. I worked for my dad. He had a small
Go to your
design
spot.
business. And
Go
I
to your
created the
spot.
first
Brownie, go.
bikini panties
Brownie
back in
spot.
1963, actually.
Brownie,
And then
go to your spot.
opened up a
Good boy.
a
No,
nightclub
go to your
in
spot.
Chicago called the Electric Theater.
Good
that
boy.
opened the day Martin
Stay.
Luther King was assassinated.
Oh,
And
shit.
so the city of Chicago was in flames.
Always
when
try
the
to
club
fucking
opened,
sit
and nobody came out.
Indian style.
And well, what happened was that that was the year of the Democratic Convention in Chicago in '68, and so my club became a hangout for the hippies, you know, and because they wanted to go to Chicago and protest what was going on. And I was having a concert at my club one night to raise money, and the police raided the nightclub, my club for no reason at all. And I was standing outside in my office overlooking the street, and I saw all these paddy wagons pulling up in front of my club. And I was a 24-year-old kid. You know, I had no experience at all, really. So what are these paddy wagons doing here? And then I saw all these cops getting out of the paddy wagons coming into my club. I said, oh my God, they're raiding me. And so I ran down to the stage, and I got on the stage, and I stopped the band from playing. And I said to the people in the audience, we're being raided, you know, so sit down on the floor, cooperate, and pull out your identification and cooperate with the police. And as I said that, two of the cops from behind threw me onto the floor and grabbed me and started dragging me out of the club. I'm going, you know, victory, victory. You know, I'm playing it for all it was worth at the time. I was a kid. And then I saw the fire department there. And the fire department was dumping garbage cans, the garbage all over the floor. And I thought to myself, well, why are they doing that? You know, very quickly as they were dragging me out. And I didn't quite understand it. So they threw me into the paddy wagon. As I got into the paddy wagon, one of the cops grabbed my testicles from behind.
Holy
and squeezed.
shit.
And I went to the paddy wagon in gigantic pain.
Ooh. 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 I felt that shit from here all the way back then. Ooh.
And the next person that came into the paddy wagon, the cop, as he was stepping in, the cops took the billy club, smashed him on the head with it, and just split his skull.
Oh,
you know, for no
shit.
reason. I mean, there was nothing wrong.
So that was kind of your wake up.
That was my awakening. Like, what is going on? Well, I thought this was America. So I initially blamed it on Chicago and Mayor Daley, thinking it was Chicago. And anyway,
You got a little bit of a point there, Mr. Russo. That was Chicago, but damn, dude came around behind you and grabbed your testicles. It sounded like a psychopath.
it was the headlines of the newspaper.
And a pervert. Damn, this shit hurt, man. Thinking about that shit.
You know, that was my picture in the newspapers, the headlines. Electric Theater short-circuited. It was raided.
Felt like I
And in the
almost
article,
got kicked in the balls or
they
something.
went ahead and they said that the reason they raided the club
Didn't
was
expect
because
that
the fire
shit.
department came there and saw it was messy, full of garbage, and the hippies started attacking them.
Aww.
Which was totally not true.
Those dirty hippies.
It was totally false. You know, it was a complete fabrication.
So they ran a false flag on you. They framed you.
Yeah, of course. You know, and I was in shock. I said, people.
Alex Jones. So they ran a false flag on you.
I like that.
If you can
People
call
actually
it
do these
that.
things. I couldn't believe it. You know, it was like
I think they just broke up his hippie club. It looks like
it was an awakening for me. And I went on television. I told people on television that they lied. Nobody cared.
Nobody
cared what the truth was. You know, it was shocking to me.
oh shit! You and me both, buddy.
A week or 2 weeks later, I forget exactly what it was. Two cops come to see me, a lieutenant and a sergeant, a captain and a sergeant. And they said, Mr. Russo, we're sorry if you got hurt that night at the club in the raid, but
that'd be a small consolation to my testicles being
if you want to keep
squeezed.
the club open, it's going to take $2,000 a month.
Hell
And
no.
we come see you once a month, and whenever we have to raid you, we're going to call you, and we'll let you know we're going to come in tonight and raid you.
Some crooked ass motherfuckers.
Well, the police mafia, and actually, it was actually more interesting that they said, listen, there's the A plan, there's the B plan, and there's the super deluxe plan, and this one will cost you, each one will cost you that much money a month.
Damn.
Which one do you want?
What was the super deluxe?
That's the one I took. That was a $2,000 a month plan, and I took that plan, and
Damn.
I paid them $2,000
This dude was rich.
a month, and they left me alone. And whenever they were going to raid the club, they would come there. We're going to raid. We're going to have a phony raid tonight, just to look good for the people in the neighborhood,
So that was your first big education?
That was my education into corruption in government, But I really thought that was basically Chicago.
Man, what a time to be alive.
I didn't realize it was the whole country was like that. And so that was my wake-up call, that people lie and cheat and steal. And I thought everybody was always honest and nice and decent. And I had no idea about any of these things. Well, what happened with me was that they finally one day they came to me and they said, look, we can't take your money anymore. I said, why, what's up? What's going on? They said, we have to close your club. There's elections coming, and the aldermen in the neighborhood don't want you open anymore. So we can't take your money. So I had to go to court and fight them, and they were trying to close the club. And then one night there was a fire, and the club never reopened again. The club just closed, and that was the end of the club. And they burned me down. And that was the end of my experience. And then I moved back to New York, where I met Bette Midler, and I ran into her at a little nightclub she was playing called The Improv, and I thought she was fabulous. And through a series of events, I began managing her. And as soon as I started managing her, her career took off like a rocket. It was just fortuitous, I guess. And we became very, very successful. And through managing Bette, I started producing shows on Broadway where I won the Tony, and I produced a television show where I won the Emmy with Dustin Hoffman and Bette, and then I produced The Rose for her, where she got Academy Award nominations. And then that led me to producing Trading Places, which everybody knows.
I think it's the best Eddie Murphy movie.
Well, it's a good one. I don't know if it's the best, but it's a really good one.
What? I honestly have not seen it. Now I've got to see Trading Places.
And I'm very proud I made that movie. And so in my mind, I feel as if I've made a classic comedy in Trading Places, a classic musical in The Rose, and a classic documentary in Freedom to Fascism. So I'm very proud of my work that I've done as a filmmaker.
Aaron, why do you do this? What's the philosophy of your life? What do you think life's all about?
I think the importance of life is to like yourself.
Y'all, man, can we get a like and a like for this? Can we get a like and people go sub to this guy for making sure that this video stayed online, please? Seriously, everyone, go for real. Go like and subscribe to Cool Lick. He's only got 1,000 subs. He could use some growth, I'm sure. But this is nice. Y'all just in here chatting. Y'all ain't even watching the shit with me. Daniel going to sleep. A lot of people going to sleep.
If you don't like yourself, nothing means anything. To like yourself means you have to respect yourself. To respect yourself means you have to take actions that you respect if somebody else did them. And what's the point of living if you don't like who you are? You can have all the money in the world, and if you look in the mirror and you don't like what you see.
Don't like what you see, what's it mean? Yeah, I'm going to have to see Trading Places, Heather.
See there, what's the point of it? So to me, the most important thing is that I like who I am, and that I take actions that I would respect if somebody else did them. That you live a life of character, honesty, truthfulness, and I believe that a person has the ability to mold their character like a sculptor can mold a piece of clay. There's no saying that a leopard never changes its spots. I don't believe that. I believe people have the total ability to mold their character into what they choose to be in their life, what their ideals are. And that's what I try to do with my life. I am not the same person today I was as I was 30 years ago. I've changed a lot because I wanted to be something better than what I was before. And my philosophy is that you have to like yourself, you have to be a decent person with character and integrity and honor. And that's what's important. Back in the late 80s, I was a pretty big silver trader and gold trader. And I don't think I've ever told this story on tape before. I was a pretty big silver and gold trader. And I always paid my taxes, and I took what was illegal.
Yeah, guys. I guess I can't hide it now. Huh. I received a copyright strike, guys. I've reached out to the guy and let him know that I didn't mean anything by it, but I asked if he'd take it down. If not, I'll go to copyright school. But it's just, it wasn't Crime Circus's video because he gave me a shout out. He appreciated me shouting him out in the community tab and I got his permission to react to his. So I'm gonna have to redo that. But I did get a copyright strike, first one ever. If you guys found out what it was that I reacted to, you'd be like, why? Because you'd think that he'd want people to react, or I don't know.
Little tax deduction on my silver trades, and a few years later, I think it was '88 or '89 or something, the IRS claimed that what I did, and other people did as well, was now illegal. We couldn't do it anymore. But they made it retroactive. I said, what do you mean retroactive? It was legal then. I did what was legal. I said, yeah, but we're making it illegal retroactively. And that's not good. So you owe us $600,000 or $800,000. For what? It was legal. How could you make something retroactive? Change used to be in their life, what their ideals are. And that's what I try to do with my life. I am not the same person today I was 30 years ago. I've changed a lot because I wanted to be something better than what I was before. And my philosophy is that you have to like yourself, you have to be a decent person with character and integrity and honor. And that's what's important. Back in the late 80s, I was a pretty big silver trader and gold trader. And I don't think I've ever told this story on tape before. I was a pretty big silver and gold trader. And I always paid my taxes, and I took what was a legal tax deduction on my silver trades. And a few years later, I think it was '88 or '89 or something, the IRS claimed that what I did, and other people did as well, was now illegal. We couldn't do it anymore. But they made it retroactive. I said, what do you mean retroactive? It was legal then. I did what was legal. I said, yeah, but we're making it illegal retroactively. And that's not good. So you owe us $600,000 or $800,000. For what? It was legal. How could you make something retroactive? Change the law backwards in time. It makes no sense. Well, we're doing it. And so everybody said they can't do that. So we went to court, a class action lawsuit. And the judge agreed with the IRS and said they could do it retroactively. And that's when I knew that there was something wrong in America with the IRS and the system here,
Aaron, you were telling me this story last night, and before you even finished saying, in the late 80s, the tax law, I said retroactive. And I knew that because they literally ruined my dad, but he paid. He didn't know. He still thought this was America. And it was legal tax law, what you're supposed to do. They said retroactively you owe, and with not just retroactive, but they said you also have penalties and interest.
That's right.
So how do you have penalties and interest on something when they retroactively changed the law?
Well, first of all, they can't retroactively. How can you do something retroactively? Penalties and interest are a farce. The whole thing, because they do whatever they want to do. And that's when I realized America is not America. It's not the land that I was taught it was. Because they can do whatever they wish to do. and there's nothing the citizen can do about it.
Now, you've made America Freedom to Fascism. I want to walk through that film, and I want to encourage everybody out there to get a copy of it on DVD. It was also in theaters around the country, and I think the best film out there on the Federal Reserve and the IRS and the whole banker scam, and I want to discuss that with you here. But I wanted to go back a little bit to the point that we discussed last night, where you don't advise people to not pay. And I do the same thing. People say, well, wait, you're saying it's a scam, but you're saying go ahead and pay it. And I like the way you summed it up.
Well, it's really fairly simple. I mean, since making that movie, you know, many people come to me and ask me whether they should pay their income taxes or not, you know, and I never advise people not to pay. And the reason I tell them, I say, look, I've done a lot of research. The Supreme Court has ruled that the IRS has no authority. The 16th Amendment did not give the IRS the authority to tax your labor and your wages. That's a fact. All right, the Supreme Court is the law of the land, you know, and the IRS does not trump the Supreme Court. However, that being the case, the fact is, if the mafia would come to you and say, we want $2,000 a month or we're going to hurt you, I would not advise you not to pay them, because you may get hurt by not paying them. Whether it's legal or not doesn't necessarily matter. You're going to get hurt if you don't. It's the same thing with the IRS. They can hurt you. They can put you in jail. They can torture you. So if you don't pay them, you may get hurt. So I never advise people not to pay. You know, I tell people, yeah, pay your taxes.
Look what happened to Congressman Hansen.
Yeah, Congressman Hansen's a great example. Pay your taxes. But you know what? Shut down the Federal Reserve System, and eventually you won't have to pay those taxes anymore. See, the IRS is a symptom of the problem. The real problem is the banking industry and the bankers in this country.
Oh, Ben Bernanke looking ass.
That's where the real problem lies. That's the root of our problem. That's why we've lost America, okay? So yeah, pay your taxes, because if you don't pay them, you might get hurt. And I've heard all the arguments, you know, what tax protesters say and so on and so forth. And I don't call them tax protesters. I call them the tax honesty movement, because they're being honest, you know, at least. But the fact of the matter is, you're being forced, you're being compelled to pay it because you're facing jail sentences, you're facing time, you're facing corruption of the courts if you don't pay, right? And so you pay it, because you just like you'd pay the mafia. But with the mafia, at least you have the government to call and try and help you to get past the mafia, to protect you. Here you have nobody to protect you. The American people are living in a matrix. They don't understand the truth of how things are working in this country, you know? And let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. The very fact is that if you ask 100 people on the street, what kind of government is America supposed to be? 99% of them will tell you a democracy. America is supposed to be a democracy. But that's a lie. That's an illusion. The word democracy is not written into the Constitution at one time. It's not in the Bill of Rights. It's not in the Declaration of Independence. The Founding Fathers hated the idea of a democracy. They thought it was the worst form of government there is. And I agree with them, because in a democracy, 51% of the people control 49% of the people. If you're part of the 49%, you're not free. America was founded as a constitutional republic. And in that constitutional republic that we have, 99% of the people can't take away the rights of 1%. You have your rights because you were born with them. You have God-given human rights that nobody can take away from you. The government, the majority, no matter who they are, I can't take away your rights. And that's what our founding fathers gave us. But the psychological operations that they do to us, they make us believe that we're a democracy and that majority rules, you see? And they want you to believe that. Because then they tell you this poll says this many want this and this many want that and this many want this, and it doesn't have anything to do with anything.
Well, Hitler was elected.
Hitler was elected. Hitler did everything legally.
And in a constitutional republic, a minority is protected against a majority. Wasn't it Benjamin Franklin, to paraphrase, that said democracy is two wolves and a sheep voting on what's for dinner? Exactly.
And then he also said, in a republic, the sheep would have a gun to protect himself, you know. And that's the truth. America's not a democracy. But you ask the most intelligent people what form of government America is supposed to be, they'll say democracy. Because that's what they've been brainwashed. They've been psyoped into believing that. They believe that we're in Iraq. They believe we're in Iraq to promote democracy. The word democracy you hear George Bush saying democracy means freedom. No, democracy equals New World Order. Democracy equals slavery. The word democracy is not synonymous with freedom. It's the opposite of freedom. Democracy is the worst form of government you can have because it's majority rule. And the government can tell you exactly what they want to tell you to do because the majority wants it. I don't care what the majority wants. I live my life as I choose. And if I don't commit violence, theft, or fraud against another human being, I can live my life as I wish. That's my choice. And if I'm allowed to make mistakes, because when you make mistakes, you learn from them. You grow as a human being. We're put on this earth to become the best individuals we can be, to fulfill our God-given potential, right? We're not here to put on this earth so the government can tell us how to live our lives and what we must do. We put into these systems and these paradigms. No. The same thing in health. You know, if you're sick, you have to have a certain protocol. Nonsense. You know, be individuals. Think for yourself. Have critical thinking, you know. And so what's happened is that because they've taught everybody that we're a democracy, which is not true, now, so then in 1913, they bring the Federal Reserve System into being, right? And now you have this Federal Reserve System, which then in 1913 got the right to create money for the government. When before that, the government created its own money. Now the government, when it needed money, had to borrow it from this private bank called the Federal Reserve, which is a private bank owned by individuals, incorporated in Delaware. And so what happens is now the government borrows money from them to fund the government. Then the government says, well, we have to pay these people interest. How are we going to pay them interest? Let's impose a tax on the labor of the American people, which never existed before.
I am reacting. Well, this is a chill stream, morning chill stream, and I am playing this because I think this is a very important video for people to see. I'm not talking or reacting a lot, but I would be breaking down more at the end. We don't just watch movies. I mean, I do. I have a bunch of different things I want to do with my channel. Vita Loco. I just well, that not always in the moment. Sometimes I plan videos to do and stuff. So that's not always true, but sometimes it may seem like in the moment that's true. Yeah.
To pay the interest of the bankers.
In fact, in 1980, Ronald Reagan said not one red cent of your income tax money goes to run the country. It all goes to the Federal Reserve.
Well, it was the Grace Commission report that said that not one nickel goes to the infrastructure of the country.
I don't have Amazon Prime.
You know,
I guess Reagan quote.
It's another subscription damn service, man. We got so many subscription services today, you know. You can only have so many of them. Shit. I mean, especially if you don't have an expanding income, you can't just keep adding. Like, they make way too many things nowadays subscription-based services. That's why I'm glad I got my Filmora license from Wondershare on Cyber Monday for life. You know, I've got access. But see, here's the thing, though. I don't have access to all the effects. Now, if I want to get the effects or whatever, I got to sign up for a fucking... If I want to get access to all the premium effects, I got to sign up for a subscription. That's some bullshit. Like, I tried... Like, that's why I got Canva to make my images. I got Filmora for the video editing. When I do videos that aren't like live or something. I haven't needed to use it yet, but hell, except for screen recording, I've used it for that. It's got a great screen recorder that comes with it. And I love Filmora 12. I like the design of it and everything, but I just, you know, the fact that I buy a lifetime license for Filmora 12, but yet, and it's supposed to be a video editor all in one, right? Yet, it's not all in one, because if you want to be able to produce quality or more advanced videos over time, you can't just use the stock effects and stuff. I mean, I guess you could, but it's just it's fucked up.
And so, but the point I'm trying to make is that by creating this Federal Reserve System, the government now became dependent on these private banks for money, and they started taxing us. You see, and so now what happens is.
Because subscription is LLC based, they can sell their title to others and team up, and if it crashes, all well. I don't understand. No. I'm talking about like when you buy an application, like they're making products and computer related like for instance Streamlabs, which is what I'm streaming on right now. I pay $9 for that a month, right? $9, but I have complete access to all Streamlabs tools. There's nothing extra, really. That's what I like about Streamlabs. You go to a company like Wondershare, Filmora, you got all these things that if you want to get, you got to like buy either credits or you buy a subscription bundle, and it's just stupid. Like, where is the one-time fee purchase to get this? Is what I'm talking about. Like, they're trying to make it to where it's you're perpetually paying for some of this stuff, and that's just going to cause more and more people like myself to look for a third-party open source option, something that isn't as licensed. Because I mean, if I pay for a lifetime license, I shouldn't have to also pay for a subscription for a plugin or a part of the app. You know, that's just stupid.
Is that
like I paid 60 something, like for I don't even want to reveal it really, but I paid a certain good amount of money for that, you know, and it's just stupid. Like, I don't know, I'm gonna have to look into it more later. Or I just, you know, I mean, some of the things, like if you need like I thought it was crazy, but they actually sell something on there where people could, like, there's a lot of like tricks out there, guys, because like, say you want to make an image and remove the background from an image or something. Well, like Canva can do that for you for free with a subscription to its service, but Wondershare fucking has, or Filmora has a fucking background remover app for photos, right? But it's not like one price or anything. Like you have to buy a subscription to it, and I'm like, who the fuck would do that when you could go to Canva or something else? You know, it's just navigating all the tools you need for like YouTube and shit. It's hard. If you're not careful, you'll end up fucking forking over a lot more money than you really need to. Then again, I guess with growth comes more shit you need to buy. Oh, and a disgruntled ex-employee made a bogus complaint to the IRS. Yeah, I can imagine how that went over.
And I said, I had pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said things about women having the right to work, getting equal pay with men, just like they won the right to vote, you know? And he started to laugh. He said, you're an idiot. And I said, why am I...
Wait, this is the wrong one.
In 35, I believe it was, Social Security started. And they gave you Social Security cards, said not to be used for identification, the Social Security number right on the card, right? And through Social Security, they started deducting money out of your paycheck. That was the first time they were ever could take money out of your paycheck, because people agreed to it because they thought it was going to their retirement fund. And so then when they instituted the income tax again, they started taking money out of your paycheck because Social Security could do it. And then they could do it again. You see what I'm saying?
And so now they've even taken control of the tax, the tax payment itself. I mean, literally like you're a slave. They're
Right.
taking it right there when you make it.
Exactly.
They don't even trust the public enough.
My old ass
to
Social
Send them a
Security
check.
card.
Right. So they take it out automatically because they know people aren't going to want to pay it.
No, I didn't show the Social Security card except for the back of it and covered the front. But that's your Social Security card, and it does say, guess what? It doesn't say not for identification purposes anymore. Now all it says, this number has been established for so-and-so, and I got this copy in 2013, I think, because I had lost my previous one, and you can only get so many copies in your lifetime. So I got this copy over... No, that means I got this 10 years ago. Yeah, I've had this copy for 10 years. Damn, that's a decade, man. That's a decade. Alright. That's crazy, Enlightened and Heather. That's crazy about that story you are talking about.
So what's happened is that through the implementation of the Federal Reserve System, the government has become vested in these bankers, and they get their money from the bankers. And so then they impose a tax on us, which makes us more slaves, makes it more difficult for us to survive, right? Giving them more profits. And now what's happened is that through the Federal Reserve System, the bankers have pretty much taken control of our government. It doesn't matter Republican and Democrat anymore, because they're both the same. Neither one of them are talking about shutting down the Federal Reserve System or stopping the payment of taxes, or any of the big issues that face Americans, right? So I had a friend, Nick Rockefeller, okay, who's one of the Rockefeller family, and he...
Here he is. Look at that motherfucker, y'all. Everybody look at this dude.
When I was running...
Don't that motherfucker just look evil? He just screams evil. Oh, I hate that motherfucker. I hate the Rockefellers, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I hate those motherfuckers, bro. I hate them. I hate Rockefellers. I hate the Rothschilds. I ain't saying anything hateful about them. I'm just saying as people and for what they tried to do as human beings to our planet and country and banking and country, I hate them. I mean, did y'all hear? I know all y'all heard that story earlier about Nick explaining the whole women libs movement. They think you women are idiots. No offense, ladies, but they did with that shit. Y'all didn't see that shit coming, didn't you? Didn't you? I bet you. Most people wouldn't have thought that, you heard what Aaron thought, which is exactly the same thing I thought about women's lib. Hell, I remember growing up in 8th grade and seeing the "We Can Do It" posters and stuff, and I asked about them, and they were explaining it to me, and I was like, oh, so that's why the whole women's suffrage thing movement happened. But no, it was all designed by these motherfuckers. The Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the Warburgs, Churchill was is somebody else, not Churchill. Paul Warburg. There's a bunch of different families that were a part of the supposed meeting that took place on Jekyll Island. But there's a book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, which is basically where the Federal Reserve. Jekyll Island is an island off the coast of Georgia, and they had a meeting there. That preceded or after that meeting, that's when they had already went, and I guess the people that had the meeting at Jekyll Island did it around Christmas time, and they had the president, which was Woodrow Wilson at the time, sign the IRS Act into office when most of Congress and everybody was at home during the holidays. So it just quietly, you know, just like they do a lot of things, they just try to slip them all the way in at the holiday. And so they just slipped in a big ass bill regarding the ATF. I saw Heavy Duty Country cover, and I know some people don't like Heavy Duty Country, but I mean, it's not about the person. It's just about the news that they slipped through a whole nother bill here just this holiday season that you couldn't read.
He came to me.
It would take like you a long time to read it.
He introduced himself to me through an attorney, and we became friends.
And so he became friends with this guy, not knowing at the time, like, holy shit, that this is one of the most powerful guys, one of the most powerful families on the planet.
Started talking about things. And I learned an awful lot from Mr. Rockefeller. And one of the things that we used to talk about...
I bet you did. I bet you cushioned your assets and diversified your bonds, didn't you, Bubba?
was the ultimate plan of the banking industry, what they wanted to accomplish. And the goals of the banking industry, not just the Federal Reserve System, but the private banks in Germany and England, all over Italy, all over the world, they all work together. They're all central banks, and they're all part of the Communist Manifesto. You know, central banking is one of the major planks of the Communist Manifesto.
Centralization of credit in the hands of the state by means of a national bank with state capital and exclusive monopoly. But the way they did it to introduce it in America was by making it a private bank. Because if you look up, let me show you this video real quick. Yes. I'm taking care of my issue. I'm getting better at learning what to do on YouTube. Okay, so we're gonna type in, watch this. This is very interesting. This is it. Look at the headline of the video. No agency of government can overrule actions we take.
What is the proper relationship, what should be the proper relationship between a chairman of the Fed and a president of the United States?
And when he said chairman of the Fed, that's basically the president of the Federal Reserve, the chairman of the board.
Well, first of all,
this is the former chairman. And after him, it was Ben Bernanke. Now it's Janet Yellen, unless they haven't switched her out already.
Well, the Federal Reserve is an independent agency, and that means basically that there is no other agency of government which can overrule actions that we take.
There is no other agency that can overrule actions that we take. Not the Justice Department, not the CIA, FBI, DOJ, ATF, not even the White House or Congress. Well, no, the Congress could. If somehow Congress or the president got it repealed, the Federal Reserve Act, then we may have a chance. But that's pretty interesting.
You're an idiot.
He said that during an interview. And people caught it and clipped it because basically he was saying that, you know, like the dude straight up asked him what should be the proper relationship between the president of the United States and yourself. And he said, well, there's no other agency that can overrule actions that we take. You know, he didn't say, oh, well, we should get along and work together. You know, he said, we make the decisions.
He said, you want them.
I mean, that should be very telling.
Talk about America being a capitalistic country, but yet at the same time, we have a central bank that plans everything for us, right? And the graduated income tax is another.
This is something I've tried to explain to my dad and my grandpa. They still believe that we're a capitalistic country. But, you know, the older generations and stuff, they're just not willing to accept this. This is the reason why millennials and the younger generation, instead of focusing on this other stupid shit, need to be focusing on this type of shit.
Plank of the Communist Manifesto, right? So right there you have two major planks of the Communist Manifesto that have been brought in because of the Federal Reserve System, okay? So the ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to...
So we're already 2 planks in. They're trying to do a 3rd plank right now with the whole cancel culture woke shit.
To create a one world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers, and they're doing it in sections. The European currency, the euro, and the European Constitution is
That's one part.
Now they're trying to do it in America with the North American Union, right? And they want to create a new currency called the Amero, right? And
see, there they are. The federal trades, these CFR commissions and stuff, they meet, and as you see, it's Canada, America, and Mexico, and they're talking about the discussing of the North American Union. This was in talks in the early 2000s, and ever since this movie and stuff was made and light came on it, we don't hear it talked about that much these days, but they probably still are talking about doing it. They'll create some crisis. This is the mode they follow. Problem, created problem, manufactured, equals desired and be able to predict reaction. And then they come up with the manufactured solution to quell said reaction of the people from the problem they created. Y'all following?
The whole agenda is to create a one world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money.
And you know what? They may have evolved. It may no longer need to be an RFID chip. It could just simply be, with the way they're talking about Elon Musk's Neuralink chip for the brain and different things, There are other ways this can be brought in. See, with films like this already made, I don't think the Department of Health and Senior Services is going to come around with needle vans and try to inject all of us with an RFID chip myself. But I do believe we could be sold the idea that this would be for better security and stuff through corporations and through companies that have contracts with the government. Like, for example,
in those chips,
Elon Musk, even though I tend to want to think Elon's a good guy.
He's straight from Rockefeller himself. This is what they want to accomplish. And all money will be in your chips. And so instead of having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want.
It'll basically destroy any black or not black even, but any off-grid or grassroots trading with cash between neighbors for yard work, anything. All of that would be completely eliminated if they were to do that. You would have to get a license to cut people's yards. Some places you already do. But if you're a one-person individual, you can still, some places right now in America, go around and say, hey, can I cut your yard at 16, 17 years old? And they all agree to pay you a small bit. And you go and you cut their yard every week. You try that in bigger cities or more non-rural areas, they will fine your ass. And that is a fact, Jack. I have seen the articles and stories covered before.
In those chips, right? There'll be no.
Hell, they fined me. My own police department fined me back when I was 16 for riding with a license, mind you. Had my driver's license, following the law, right? Driving an ATV with a license. They pulled me over because people complained it was loud. Well, I was, number one, it wasn't mine, and I was given permission to drive it, ride it around a little bit, and they had just pulled me over. And after saying that, he basically just looked at me and said, "Take it home." And I said, "Well, isn't it?" I said, I thought this was a public road. I've got a license." And he said, "Oh, we got a smart ass." And so he got out and he took it out and he said, "You got to be a farmer or have a triangle on the back of it to drive it in the city limits, and you certainly can't be revving it up, and that's what people says. That's what I'm inferring you was doing since they said it was sounded loud." He said, "So why don't you stay right there?" He took my key out and he took my license to the car, and he had a woman sitting in his front seat with him, and she wasn't in no uniform, and she sat there with her iPhone and took a like it was back when iPhone first came out. And she took a picture of me sitting on it, stopped, and I was sitting there thinking, is this woman really taking a picture of me sitting here pulled over? And then he gets out and he comes and he says, "Here's your ticket. If you don't pay it, court will issue it." I was like, yeah. And I drove off. And that's the same officer that let my ex and her friends get away with egging and keying my fucking vehicle several years later. He's retired now. So, probably will never get justice for any of that bullshit. But you guess what? Do you think people today ride around on ATVs in my city? Yes. Do you think they all ride around with a triangle on the back of them or are a farmer? No. Do they get pulled over? No.
More cash. And this is getting me straight from Rock.
People wonder why I got agitation with the police.
Rockefeller himself. This is what they want to accomplish. And all money will be in your chips. And
I don't call the police, like, I'm not no Karen. Like, if I see him driving, you know what I usually say to myself? I'm like, there goes another person driving one without getting a ticket. I'm like, damn, man. They're always lucky. They're always out driving them and the police never know it. You know, obviously the police know they're doing it and they don't give a shit. That cop just did that to me just because I dared question him stopping me, you know, and that's tyranny.
Having cash, anytime you have money in your chip, they can take out whatever they want to take out whenever they want to. If they say you owe us this much money in taxes, they just deduct it out of your chip digitally.
Total control.
Total control. And if you're like
that'd
me
be
or
fucked up,
and you're protesting what they're doing, they can just turn off your chip, and you have nothing. You can't buy food. You can't do anything. It's total control of the people.
And that chip's connected to a database that has your purchasing records, what you do, what
everything.
you sell.
Everything is in there, you know. And so they want a one world government controlled by them.
And if you don't think they don't already have that just from the banking records and electronic stuff we do already, those records are already right there.
Everybody being chipped, all your money in those chips, and they control the chips and they control people, and you become a slave. You become a serf to these people. That's their goal. That's their intentions.
More than a decade ago, I began getting secret government documents, and we published them, where the feds were training the local police and the military that gun owners, conservatives, people that made frequent references to the U.S. Constitution were terrorists. That's a quote. But in 2009, it broke into the national media when we received the secret MIAC report from a state police officer, and that was...
Yeah, see, this is basically that. You know what that is? Holy shit. This is Missouri. That's the Missouri Highway Patrol badge insignia. I recognize it. This is a Missouri report.
The state of Missouri, but the feds had written it, demonizing Ron.
So the feds wrote it for the state of Missouri's Highway Patrol.
Paul, people that wanted liberty and freedom. And now more secret reports have been released, like the Department of Homeland Security report, which the feds admit they wrote, that says returning veterans are the #1 terror threat in America, that gun owners are part of that #1 threat, that people buying ammo are the #1 threat. Think about this. You have these private...
Who would be sitting here agreeing with him going,
Yep. 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 No dick. No dick.
Old Roma Army, old scam army looking ass.
Bankers overthrowing the United States, and they're secretly training the police that gun owners and patriots and veterans are the #1 threat.
Oh, I just want to get along to move along, keep making my money empire. Old ass bitch didn't want to take the true side whenever I was getting wronged, and now all the stuff that's happened afterwards. I wonder how you feel now. You probably feel stupid. You never did steal, Roma. Put that shit on the Google Drive or send me our first private conversation so I could, publish it like you gave me the permission to do, and then we're lying about it apparently. Because if you never send it, then you obviously lied when you said you were going to let me publish it.
So they're saying the American people that follow the Constitution and Bill of Rights that'll actually stand up against this tyranny are terrorists because they are the terrorists. They are the criminals coming in with a corporate takeover, a hijacking of the nation.
Eric, can you be specific about when you met Rockefeller? How?
Everything that man says is true. That's why he was just levied a big lawsuit on a part where he messed up. He called out something that obviously wasn't a false flag or whatever. Fell under the side of defamation and libel, but still, the things he was accused of and the way that court handling, I even had a person from the Workyverse that liked Alex Jones. Or maybe they were just liking Alex Jones to fucking pretend to be my friend. You know who you are. And they said, yeah, it's bullshit what they're doing to him. It's a loss for free speech. Well, I don't think Alex Jones would think what y'all's form of speech by doing things that are abusive and harassing to me. I don't think Alex Jones would agree with you that I think he'd call that out. He said that'd be the actual hate speech. Just saying. He said if there is any such a thing called, and that's Alex Jones, I believe in free speech, I do, but you're not going to see me start, just because I don't like a YouTuber like Roma Army, you're not going to see me start going on I guarantee they probably told her, watch, this kid's finna make every video or something about you and mention you in it. No, I'm not. Because they had already threatened, and she had already threatened that if I made another community post, she's going to come down here and get a restraint. I was like, all right. So I made another community post just to show that bullshit that you can't get and I ain't talked about her since. I just brought her up here because, hell, the comparison. Who's all up in here? Man, we got only one like up in this bitch. I know I got more likes than one. I got to come back in. My channel people, they letting me down. Because, oh, I got 7 likes up in this bitch. Thank y'all very much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
How it happened in these discussions?
I knew it probably wasn't it was because I hadn't refreshed. But how are you guys doing this morning? I see Miss Jen's here. Hello, Wham. What are you talking, Delilah? Oh, you want to formally retract your party to that idiot this morning? Oh, yeah, that supposed Candyman account? Yeah. Whoever that was, I would have to say that's pretty distasteful to do that. Even though, granted, everything in perspective still. You don't do that shit. You just don't. And if that ain't me doing the right thing for one of my enemies and showing that I am the pure-hearted one in this case going on, then I don't know what is. Because for me to go out of my way to look at it, check the account, see the picture, and recognize what it is, and instead of just giggling and keeping it to myself or whatever, but no, calling it out for what it is and not laughing at it because it's not funny, and telling Mr. Fusion he ought to be thanking me. But he won't. I reported it. I hope other people report it.
I met Rockefeller through a female attorney I knew who called me up one day and said, one of the Rockefellers would like to meet you. I made a video called Mad as Hell.
Oh, you got 8 on your end. That's what's up, Delilah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I see we got 10 people in here. I wonder how many... Or we got 9 viewers in here, and we got only 3 participants. Man, now see, that falls right on line with Workyverse and what they say about only 3 people being up in here talking. Then again, it just jumped up to 16 viewers, but still, once I go over here to the participants, it's still only 3 people talking, besides me, which would make it 4. Look, you know what? That's fine. Do you, Workyverse, do y'all think that bothers me, that I don't have a lot of people talking in my chat? Dude, like I said, I am not here to focus on y'all or have y'all in my head 24/7. I did a stream last night, and what did it show? I called the police twice. So to the enlightened watcher, whose advice was, you call the cops, and that's it. Well, the cops did not show up for people doing fuckery, or aka, I would say, committing a felony, pretty much, considering the fact of the matter was that not only that, this morning, they even have had the balls to, like, I can't believe I'm having to explain this, but they actually have had no problem with making another account in the police's name. Ask my mods. They've already taken care of it. And that is what is crazy. Trying to get this fixed, so I got it completely correct. Shout out to Ghetto Nun Clan for subscribing. Y'all see her in the box. No, but the Enlightened Watcher, another thing I want to address to you, brother, this morning is, or not my brother, excuse me, a fellow YouTuber. Because he'll say, oh, I'm not your brother, I guarantee, if I didn't correct that. But, I chose this scene and stuff. Like, you have your own scenes and design. Like, you've got your own this and your own that. Bro, I didn't even get my idea from watching you and seeing that you had Streamlabs open, because you don't usually show, like, or I don't remember watching anything yours specific that showed your, programs like I have on some people's. Now, AOTV can attest that he's the one that taught me how to, and me and him don't even really talk, because, you know, we got different opinions and stuff, that's whatever, but, you know, he's the one that taught me and told me, hey, get rid of OBS, get OBS Streamlabs. And he told me, fuck the watermark, you know. I was like, no, I'm gonna get the Ultra, that way I can get all the, he said I can show, he said I could show you show me a way to, I could have probably designed, it wouldn't have looked as good, but I decided to get a theme I did design this subscription bar I got on the top of my screen that you can see on the video, and I put my profile picture brand little picture over here to the top left side. And you know, like I said, if I get something in the mail or whatever, or see proof that's someone else's and they own it, and I gotta really stop using it, then until then it's staying up there. I made it a little smaller. I didn't think it needed to be as big. I put about right there. And then I try to always make sure once I get things fixed, I lock them into place. But that, and the subscription goal, you know I've got more than 644 subscribers, but that's the way I'm taking this as. It's going to take me a good another solid year to get everything down to where I'll be at a point where I think, like, at this time next year with YouTube, I should just be going on with my day, working and stuff, and doing this on the side, and be at a point where I'm at 1,000 by then and can start earning a little monetization. And by then I'll know how to do all the correct practices, how many times to pause, all that shit. And again, shout out, and everybody that sees this video, go like and subscribe to Cool Lick Smiley Face. He's got 1,000 subs. This is the video I found to use. I hope he doesn't mind I'm using it. But I'm using it because I want to show people what some of my values are, and some things that they may have never heard before or seen,
and
that are interesting.
Seen the video and wanted to meet me, and knew I was running for governor of Nevada. So sure, I'd love to meet him. And I met him, and I liked him, and he was very, very...
Talking about Nick Rockefeller.
Very smart man, and we used to talk and share ideas and thoughts, and he's the one who told me 11 months before 9/11 ever happened.
Now, the fact that this interview took place and this man said this, who ran for governor before and has that type of credibility, why wasn't it investigated? Why wasn't this Nick guy? I don't know if Nick's dead or not, Nick Rockefeller, but he should be questioned for being able to predict such a major national event.
That there was going to be an event. Never told him what the event was going to be. But there was going to be an event, and out of that event...
So see, Worky Worse, if I'm not afraid to talk about the central bankers and the Rockefellers and stuff like that, do you think I'm honestly afraid to talk about y'all? No. I just don't want to talk about you anymore and want you to go away.
We were going to invade Afghanistan to run pipelines from the Caspian Sea. We were going to invade Iraq, to take over the oil fields, establish a base in the Middle East.
Thank you, buddy, for being over there. That way I
would
can
go after Chavez in Venezuela.
Stretch out.
And sure enough, later 9/11 happened, and I remember he was telling me how you're gonna see soldiers looking in caves for people in Afghanistan and Pakistan and all these places, and there's gonna be this war on terror, which is no real enemy, and the whole thing is a giant hoax, but it's a way for the government to take over the American people.
He told you it was going to be a hoax.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's no question. He says, there's going to be war on terror, and he's just laughing.
I mean, this guy should have been, for real, sought out by the U.S. Justice Department and interviewed, as well as Nick.
Who are we fighting? I mean, why do you think 9/11 happened, and then nothing's happened since then?
But they wouldn't do that now, would they? That interfere with their stuff. See, guys, I'm trying to just show y'all a little something. Y'all will either believe or not believe, I guess. I don't have a lot of energy today, so maybe. I don't normally like taking caffeine type medicine for energy, but
Do you think that our security is
I hate drinking coffee.
so great here that these people who pulled off 9/11, who were able to, can...
I'm drinking some apple juice right now. I mean, most of the time, though, I usually drink Coke, but it's too early for Coke.
knock down another plane? Come on, it's ridiculous. 9/11 was done by people in our own government and our own banking system to perpetuate the fear of the American people into subordinating themselves to anything the government wants them to do. That's what it's about, and to create this war, this endless war on terror. And that's why and that was the first lie. And the next lie was going into Iraq, you know, to get Saddam Hussein out with his weapons of mass destruction. That was the next lie.
Now, specifically, this was a little over 6 years ago.
This was
11 months before 9/11.
Yeah.
And Nick Rockefeller, who's a lawyer, he's become your friend over the previous years, and he's saying to you that there's going to be this big event, and then out of that we're going to have a war on terror, and it's just going to go on and on.
Right, an endless war on terror without any real enemy. That you can never, so you can never define a winner.
And did he say that it's going to be perfect because you can't define an enemy? It just goes on
Yeah,
and on?
because you can't define a winner. There's no one to beat, so it goes on and on forever. And they can do whatever they want. They scare the hell out of the American public. Look, this whole war on terror is a fraud.
You know, the fact that I've had a video of mine, you know, I should start, because I don't know if I got a false strike, because I've heard of false strikes, but I didn't want to dispute it with the person. The person whose stuff I reacted to is somebody I'm sub to, and I just told him, I said, hey, I said I'll remove that from the live stream completely, or, you know, but I did have permission to do the true crime stuff. Like, I had permission from Drip Drop to do that, and because of his strike, it got that video of mine taken down. And I asked him if he would. I sent him an email. You know, I didn't want to fight it. I mean, I would argue it's fair use, but I don't even want to do that. If you don't want your content in other people's vids, like, I'm cool enough to respect that as a content creator. Now, Herbal and all them, and I'm gonna find out. And if y'all think by just uploading shit of mine or whatever, or shit that I used to have uploaded that I took down because I was wrong or whatever about something, and you call just putting a few little pictures on it or something, transforming it, like, I'll get you for having my content. I'm learning. I am learning.
It's a farce.
You can only keep a man down so far.
It's very difficult to say it out loud because people are intimidated against saying it. Because if you say it, they want to make you into a nutcase. But the truth...
Yeah, like some other people I know of.
The truth has to come out. That's why I'm doing this interview. The fact of the matter happens to be that the whole war on terror is a fraud. It's a farce. Yeah, there's a war going on in Iraq because we invaded Iraq. And people over there fighting, you know. But the war on terror, it's a joke, you know. And until we discover what really happened on 9/11 and who was responsible for 9/11, because that's where the war on terror emanates from. That's where it comes from. It was 9/11 that allowed this war on terror to begin. And until we get to the bottom root of 9/11, the truth of 9/11, we'll never know about the war on terror.
Aaron, you said that he was, and I think it's important, and I know this about the Rockefellers from Dr. Dennis Cuddy and many others who literally, you'll be 20 years old in a lunch line at college, and it was David Rockefeller. And they're experts at recruiting and getting what they call players, and that clearly he was, I want to make it specific and just get you to reiterate what you said last night about you got 30% of the vote, you having an effect. You made mad as hell. They knew that you'd started the Constitution Party.
Yeah.
They knew that you were somebody who was taking action and getting things done. You'd already made some big films, had a lot of other
Look at that.
successes.
Right.
So they were trying to recruit you, and didn't it come down to the point of, hey, we are here to recruit you, and don't worry, your chip's going to say, don't mess with us. You know, this guy's don't touch.
Yeah, yes, that did happen. I was definitely being recruited, but it's more subtle than that.
Well, in your words, just go through the process, and then what he said.
Well, what it is remember we were friends, and we used to go to my house a lot. We'd have dinner, we'd talk, and he'd tell me about business investments, how you get involved in, you know,
Wow.
with this business investment or that business investment.
You know,
and was I interested
like,
in joining?
I can't imagine the novelty.
But it's more subtle than that.
Well, in your words, just go through the
Like,
process,
look.
and then what he said.
Well, what it is remember we were friends, and we used to go to my house a lot. We'd have dinner, we'd talk, and he'd
Like, to be able to have picked that brain, and like I can't imagine he thought he was like, there must have been a good side to him, and judging on the abcleology of the name Rockefeller, it's somebody who is supposed to do humanitarian things for humanity, but it sounds like he was operating. See, people, you are energy, and everybody has energies governing. It's your governance. It's your spiritual governance, and you can act righteous or unrighteous from those energies.
tell me about business investments, how you get involved in, you know, or they would help me with this business investment or that business investment.
In other words,
and was I interested in joining the Council of Foreign Relations?
In other words, they were telling him, that's like insider trading type stuff. Like they were telling him probably who's about to make it big and, you know, who to invest in.
I would have
and
to get a
stuff.
letter to join them, but was I interested in that? And, you know, just stuff, you know, leading you on. And I used to say to him that I never really did that because that wasn't where I was coming from. You know, as much as I like you, Nick, you know, your ways and my ways, we're on the opposite side of the fence. You know, I don't believe in enslaving people, you know, and
he would come back with, "Oh, I do." Or,
well, it would be more like, you
it's
know.
It's better for them.
Well, it's more like, you know, how do I put it? It was like, what do you care about them? What do you care about those people? What difference does it make to you? Take care of your own life. Do the best you can for you and your family. What do the rest of the people mean to you? They don't mean anything to you.
It's so cold.
They're just serfs. They're just people.
It's just so cold.
You know, it was just a lack of caring, you know, and that's just not who I was. It was just sort of like cold, you know. It was just like cold, you know. And I used to say to him, what's the point of all this? You have all the money in the world you need. You have all the power you need. What's the point? You know, what's the end goal? And he said the end goal is to get everybody chipped, to control the whole society, to have the bankers, the elite people, you know, the bankers and some governor controlling the world. And I said, do all the people in the Council on Foreign Relations believe this way you do? He said, no. You know, most of them believe they're doing the right thing. A lot of them believe it's better off being socialistic. You know, we have to convince people that that socialism is really capitalism. Because America's becoming a socialist country. It's a communist country today.
And here we are years later after Aaron Russo points out that this is not a capitalist or free market country. What is really socialist? In fact, here's the cover of Newsweek. We are all socialists now. But this isn't the socialism the public thinks it is, where the government robs from the rich to give to the poor. Actually, it's always the big banks, the elites throughout history that fund socialism. They want to use the middle class's money to basically domesticate the working class and expand the size of government so it can basically, in the end game, eradicate the middle class and have a giant submass of uneducated slaves who have no chance of ever rebelling against the tyranny, and a tiny elite in control of it all. And that is the very nature of this New World Order system. They are using big government to strangle competition, to take control of the people, to break up the family, to basically set up a global plantation or neo-feudalist state.
Well, one of the things they told me was that
That was excellently said.
he was at the house one night, and we were talking, and he started laughing. He said, "Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about?" And I said, I had pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said, I think it's about women having the right to work, getting equal pay with men, just like they won the right to vote, you know? And he started to laugh. He said, "You're an idiot." And I said, "Why am I an idiot?" He said, let me tell you what that was about. We, the Rockefellers, funded that. We funded Women's Lib, you know? And we're the ones who got all over the newspapers and television, the Rockefeller Foundation. He says, and you want to know why? He says, there were two primary reasons. And they were, one reason was we couldn't tax half the population before Women's Lib. And the second reason was, now we get the kids in school at an early age. We can indoctrinate the kids how to think. It breaks up the family. The kids start looking at the state as the family, as the school, as the officials, as their family, not as the parents teaching them. And so those are the two primary reasons for Women's Lib, which I thought up to that point was a noble thing. You know, when I saw their intentions behind it, where they were coming from when they created it, the thought of it, I saw the evil behind what I thought was a noble venture.
Aaron, did you know that Gloria Steinem, in one of her own books, now admits the CIA funded Miss Magazine?
No, I had no idea about that.
I didn't either.
I heard that.
Yeah, we're gonna
CIA funded Miss Magazine?
Funded Miss Magazine with the stated goal of taxing women and breaking up the family.
No kidding. I never heard that. Well, Nick told me. I mean, I know it, but not because I know the CIA was involved in it.
Well, Gloria Steinem was proud of it. Oh, the CIA wanted to help me help women.
No kidding.
So they funded it, yeah. And of course, it's divide and conquer.
Right,
and
of course.
What they do is they focus in, obviously, on real problems. Women were getting shafted in many ways, but the elite wasn't planning to help them. They were planning to really shaft them and take men away from them. Look at what they did with black families. You only had about 10% illegitimacy 50 years ago in black communities, and now it's over 90%. And look at welfare. You were going to give you some money, but you can't have a man in the house.
Right.
And so that was further to degrade the family. Totally destroyed. And now illegitimacy is over 50% in the general population.
Right. Well, see, the whole thing is these people control the money, so they make all the rules. You understand? And they put whatever rules they want into effect. And the truth is, America has really become a socialist, communistic country. And everybody says it's a capitalistic country. It's not a capitalistic country. You know, how can it be capitalistic when you have a central bank? That's the first. It can't be. You know, the money.
It's a planned economy.
It's a planned economy. It's a phony. If they want to create prosperity, they just print dollars. They just make dollars or put digits into the economy, and then now you have prosperity. You don't have real prosperity. You don't have real manufacturing. You just have money being injected in. It's an infusion of credit,
which only makes the government go into more debt.
Into more debt. The Federal Reserve is poison to our country. Of course it is. It's poison. Whoever makes the money makes the rules. Rothschild said that. And they make the money. Why are we allowing these private bankers to make the money for our country? It makes no sense. Why are we paying interest to these banks to make money for us when the government can do it itself without paying interest and without all that debt? There's no answer to that question, and it's the question no politician will raise.
Yeah, make it make sense.
Everybody talks about America's debt, how much debt we're in. We're in debt because we have to borrow money. But we don't have to borrow money.
They designed it so we go into debt.
Exactly. We can create the money and back it by gold so they can't create too much of it. So you don't have the inflation. And do what the founding fathers gave us. But instead, the bankers make the money, they control the government, they buy the politicians, they tell us who gets into office. You have computer voting, that's a fraud. They do whatever they want to do to us. They do whatever they want to do to us, and it has to stop. My friendship with Nick Rockefeller was one where we were...
Hello, Mr. Storm. I've seen your comment. How are you doing this morning, sir? Holy shit. Do I have some of you promise to be witnesses to these channels that they're making fun of my police? Oh, the channel does not exist. Oh, they made sure to delete that one real quick. I'm still taking pictures. You guys can't do that. You guys are basically thumbing your nose to me and my city. I'm watching chat on my phone, Miss Jen. I didn't know Ice cloned you. What are you talking about, Storm? I ain't know Ice cloned you. What are you talking about? Storm! Storm! No, 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 no! Storm! What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? Okay, Enlightened, I will, but Storm, for real, talk to me for real before you leave. I didn't. What are you talking about? I didn't see anyone clone anybody. I don't even know how to do that. I just went back up and seen the messages. Just something between me, Square, and Ice. No, it's something between you and Ice. I didn't do anything, dude. No, Storm, I didn't. Here, let me look at it. Let me pull it. Oh, my knee. I can't hardly be like this. Hold on. Brownie. Oh, I love you, Bubba, but your daddy's trying to stretch out. Hold on, Storm. Don't leave yet. What's Miss Laurie's channel called? See, I don't even know how these. Oh shit! We're about to check out this Crime Circus video because at least he lets me react to stuff. I didn't have Ice on no panel last night. What are you talking about, dude? Miss Laurie. What's her name? What's her channel name, guys? Laurie what? I don't know her name. I mean, respectfully, I don't, I haven't looked up her name or anything. I wouldn't do that. Sisters in Arms. Like, I don't know what she would have been talking about. Here she is. Where's this video at? Or is it on Triple T's channel? I know, but which video on here, dude? Is it a short? I guess it would have been this one a day ago.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to
For $1 billion.
For $1 billion tax-free dollars that you never have to claim. So about 2,000.
No, what?
It's 2023. It's 2023. There's more dudes.
Billboard.
Bro.
I think it was for like a service station.
Yeah, and they took
Yeah,
out
and-
Yes.
Hey, T.
They got
Dameron,
apps
don't
for it all.
Sammy and Lucas have a grown son that she
Yeah,
thought-
yeah, they do now.
Okay.
Like when I go back to 8th grade, like
Yeah, well, I can't find it. I mean, unless it's this live. He just said it was by herself, though, and she ain't got no such video up. But I tell you what, Storm, whatever Ice did or whatever, I ain't got nothing to do with. Like, me and Ice are cool, but we're not that cool. Like, we're friendly, but we don't hang out really privately or do any troll. Like, I don't do trolls type stuff. I wish people would start understanding that I'm the target of trolls, and so if you see an account or think that I might have done something, please try to keep in mind that it's probably someone impersonating me, you know? I mean, because why would I do something to you, Storm, when you're one of my mods? That kind of, I mean, that really doesn't make any sense. It was either that live I just had up or it was a live that she took down, because he said it was a live where she was by herself. Well, that time she was on a panel. I gotta turn the heat up. It's getting cold.
Thoughts and philosophies.
Oh.
And he wanted me to become part of what they were doing. And for me to become a member of the CFR. And offered various business opportunities for me to get involved in, and for me to not take up the fight or the battle that I've been taking up in the past. You know, to drop that idea, because what was the point of my fighting for the people? I was a guy who was very successful in the movie business, and I saw the truth of what was happening. I tried to express it to the people, and rather than having me express it to the people, they wanted me to join their side because I was a mover and a shaker. And rather than me opposing them, to become the best individuals we can be, to fulfill our God-given potential, right? We're not here to put on the stretch so the government can tell. That's the
That feels good.
You know, and then I produced The Rose for her, where she got Academy Award nominations, and then that led me to producing Trading Places, which everybody knows. You know,
I think it's the best Eddie Murphy movie.
Well, it's a
I'm
good
gonna
one.
watch
The
it.
Investment's a really good one, and I'm very proud I made that movie. And so, in my mind,
I'm glad you
I
did
feel as
too,
if I
man.
made a classic comedy in Trading Places, a classic musical in The Rose, and a classic documentary in Freedom to Fascism. You know, so I'm very proud of my work that I've done as a filmmaker.
Yeah, that's pretty
Harry,
good
why do you
stuff.
do this? What's the philosophy of your life? What do you think life's all about?
I think the importance of life is to like yourself. If you don't like yourself, nothing means anything. To like yourself means you have to respect yourself. To respect yourself means you have to take actions that you respect if somebody else did them. And what's the point of living if you don't like who you are? You can have all the money in the world, and if you look in the mirror and you don't like what you see there, what's the point of it? So to me, the most important thing is that I like who I am, and that I take actions that I would respect if somebody else did them. That you live a life.
I like who I am, but I don't like how I get treated. Or is it how I allow others to treat me? I don't know. But I do love myself.
Of character, honesty, truthfulness, and I believe that
I know I'm not a bad person. I know I'm not evil. I know I try to
a
expose
person
evil.
has the ability to mold their character like a sculptor can mold a piece of clay. You know, there's no saying they'll
Exactly.
never change in spots.
Exactly. Every day I'm building off of a brick. My brick stubborn head. I'm chipping away at it every day more and more as I can. I realize that we have egos. I was taught all that by a shaman. People, that's what I'm saying. Like, people think that I'm some bratty kid that lives at home that has no no sense of decency, morals, history, or nothing. Like, people are surprised when they hear how educated I am and things.
I don't believe that. I believe people have the total ability to mold their character into what they choose to be in their life, what their ideals are. And that's what I try.
Even the people that have perhaps brain abnormalities, and damn, I didn't mean to do that. But even people that have brain abnormalities, like people that may have disorders and whatnot, I believe, just like he said, that even they can
and it goes on to say that
mold themselves.
Make dollars or put digits
in welfare. You were going to give you some money.
Make dollars. They designed it so we go into debt. Exactly.
You know, that's how I believe it. I believe him 100% on
We
that.
can create the money and back it by goals, so they can't create too much of it, so you don't have the inflation.
Exactly.
Do what the founding fathers gave us. But instead, the bankers make the money, they control the government, they buy the politicians, they tell us who gets into office, you have computer voting, that's a fraud. They do whatever they want to do to us. They do whatever they want to do to us.
I love you.
And it has to stop. My friendship with Nick Rockefeller was one where we expressed ideas to each other and thoughts and philosophies, and he wanted me to become part of what they were doing, and for me to become a member of the CFR, and offered various business opportunities for me to get involved in, and for me to not take up the fight or the battle that I've been taking up in the past, to drop that idea, because what was the point of my fighting for the people? I was a guy who was very successful in the movie business, and I saw the truth of what was happening. I tried to express it to the people, and rather than having me express it to the people, they wanted me to join their side because I was a mover and a shaker, and rather than me opposing them, to join them. It was real simple, and he tried to recruit me into that situation, and I didn't go for it.
Did he get angry when you didn't go for it?
No. And, it's like, I remember one time he said to me, you join us, so you have an ID card there, and, you have a chip, and your chip will say KMA on it. And I said, what does KMA mean? He said, it means kiss my ass. And anybody stops you, a cop or whatever, and you show them your card or your chip, and they'll know to leave you alone, because you're one of us.
One of the central pillars of tyranny is that the establishment is exempt from the laws that they pass for the rest of us. We saw it in Rome. We saw it with Hitler. We saw Richard Nixon saying, look, I'm the president. If I break the law, it's not illegal. We saw George Bush and Dick Cheney say that. We see Barack Obama continuing that, saying, I'm not going to give detainees real trials. I'm going to give them secret kangaroo military commissions trials, and we're going to hold them in secret camps, and I've got executive privilege. It's the same thing over and over again. And one example of hundreds that are out there was a story back in April of 2008 out of the Orange County Register. And this backs up.
I was in high school.
Exactly what Aaron's talking about with Mr. Rockefeller saying, I got a chip in my hand, kiss my ass. Here's just one example of hundreds. Special license plates shield officials from traffic tickets. And it goes on to say,
yeah, their specialty plates are a way. They have specialty plates for there's a thing called the Fraternal Order of the Police, which is a fraternal non-for-profit organization.
That 996,000 plus vehicles in California are exempt from no insurance, reckless driving, speeding, running through toll.
Whoa. I don't, hell, even if I got a specialty plate for the fraternity I'm a part of, we don't get no privileges like that. What the fuck? And
April of 2008.
I'm not saying I should either. I'm just saying, like,
April of 2008.
I thought specialty plates were a regular thing.
And I've got exactly what Aaron's talking about with Mr. Rockefeller saying, I got a chip in my hand, kiss my ass. Here's just one example of hundreds. Special license
plates shield officials from traffic tickets.
License plates shield officials from traffic tickets. And it goes on to say that 996...
The electronic transponder on the dashboard used to bill tollway users is inactive. The Camry owner's airport traffic officer have never had a toll road account, officials say. They've never received a violation notice in the mail. Their car is registered as part of a state program which hides their home and addresses on Department of Motor Vehicle records. The agency that operates the tollway does not have legal access to their address.
Plus,
their Toyota is one of 996,716 vehicles registered to motorists who are affiliated with 1,800 state and local agencies who are allowed to shield their address under the Confidentiality Records Program and Orange County Register. What the fuck?
And it goes on to say that 996,000 plus.
An Orange County Register investigation has found that the program designed 30 years ago in protect police from criminals
vehicles
has been expanded to cover hundreds
in California are
of
exempt.
other
No
people.
insurance, reckless driving, speeding, running through toll.
That's unconstitutional. That they can have a program like that and do that for certain people, but not every, just because they're a part of an agency of the state.
Booths, running red lights, on and on and on.
Are y'all seeing this shit?
And who is
this? Was 2005.
State employees, it's federal employees that can go and get exempt. It's police, it's government bureaucrats above the very laws they try to enforce on us. This is tyranny. And so literally all over the nation, they've tried to pass it in Texas but failed. They want it where the police are above the law, where the government officials are above the law, where they have immunity, where they can't be prosecuted for crimes. Congress exempts itself for most of the tax laws and other laws that they put on the rest of us. They're exempt from Social Security, and they get a pension that pays out on average 5 times what citizens get. Again, it's already happening. So the
holy shit,
chip in the hand and saying they're above the law under the guise of national security, that's what the 1947 National Security Act and now this whole Homeland Security system is all about.
Why are you fighting for the people for? What is that about? The people are just, they have to be ruled. They have to be, the Constitution, what you're standing for, is only for a few people. It's only a few individuals that can live that way, and we believe that it's best for society to be ruled by an elite people who control everything. And I said, I don't believe that. I believe God put me on this earth to be the best person I could be, and put everybody on this earth to be the best they can be, not to be a slave and a sheep to you and these people. And I don't understand why you want to control everything. What is the need for that, And I asked them, do all the people in the Council of Foreign Relations feel the same way you feel? He said, no, a lot of them think they're doing the right thing. They think that socialism is the best way to go. They think that, that they're doing the right thing. But the people at the top, they all know the truth of what's happening. And that's what it is.
So it's compartmentalized within the elite structure as well.
Of course it is. I mean, all the people that are in the CFR, was that 2,000-3,000 people? I forget what, like Dan Rather. They don't know what's going on. They join the CFR because it's prestigious. They think it's good for business. It's good for this. They don't know what's really happening. The evil that comes out of it, that's emanating out of it. And to me, the biggest evil is what's happening right now, because what happened on 9/11 is a phony, and we've never learned the truth about 9/11.
That's the question I wanted to follow up on. He tells you 11 months before there's going to be an event, all this is going to happen. What did you think on the morning of 9/11? Where were you, and did you think about Nick Rockefeller and what he had told you when you saw those towers fall?
No, I was actually in Tahiti when 9/11 happened.
Oh.
I got a call from my son, and
Tahiti.
My son said the Twin Towers, they were just attacked and they were falling down or something. So what are you talking? I was in Tahiti. I was asleep, and he says, yeah, they were hit by a plane. And so where I lived where I was in Tahiti, there was no television, so I had to run around the other side of the island to a hotel where they had, and it was all on television, and that's when I first saw the stuff on TV about it. And I didn't immediately equate it to Nick, But when I realized that we're going to go into Afghanistan, Iraq, and as that developed, I realized
He's like, oh
how could
shit.
there be a war on terror and actually say that we're having a war against terrorism and leave the borders wide open? If you were the president of the United States, or I were the president of the United States, and 9/11 really happened the way they want us to believe it happened, the first thing you would do is shut down the borders. So people couldn't get in the country to harm you. But they left the borders wide open because the
still do today.
bankers want the borders open because they want a one-world government. They want
that illegal drug trafficking and all that stuff to happen.
a North American Union. They don't want borders here.
Yeah. No borders. Well,
9/11 was only
welcome to the North American Union.
a manifestation. It was done to create a fear in the American public, right? So that we will.
This way is New Mexico, that way Tijuana, and that way San Francisco.
Say what they want us to do. And take Richard Reed, the shoe bomber. Here's a guy who was 6'6", ugly as could be. I heard he's
have motherfucking expressways from Sinaloa village to California. I bet if we had a North American Union, I swear to God.
smelled, okay.
And I love Mexican culture and stuff. Like hell, like look at Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, and all that. Like I've loved some of the things I've learned from that. And I took Spanish class when I was in high school, and I gotta say, like doing the Day of the Dead and learning about their Day of the Dead celebration and all that, like it was really interesting to me. And I have a lot of respect for it. But at the same time, like, I believe in nationalism. I don't believe in globalism.
He sits in coach on a plane, lighting matches to put his shoe on fire, surrounded by people. It's idiotic. If you were going to blow up a plane, you go into the bathroom, you close the door, and you put your shoe on fire. You're not going to sit there surrounded by people lighting matches on a no smoking flight. They want you to believe this nonsense. It's ridiculous.
7/7's come out now, and the majority of the British people think it's an inside job, and all the evidence points towards it being an inside job.
Yeah, I mean what happened in England, London? Yes. All this is nonsense.
I still don't have the, I still ain't got the link. I'm telling y'all that if y'all want to show me something that was dirty, that's fine, but just know that I ain't done it.
It's just keep people in fear. It's this endless.
That's the name of it. I hate that people are still calling this shit drama. Like what those people did to me last night and did to my police department, like that's not drama. There was never any truce. Here it is. This is 7 days ago.
Hey y'all, I am live. Of course you know I'm live. He got arrested for choking a girl, a younger girl than him. He also
Well, see, I've never got arrested for any of that stuff, so I wouldn't be mentioned in this. And I'd be careful showing your Instagram like that because, you know, if you show someone's Instagram, they may accuse you of doxing them, even though you didn't mean to show it. Well, I'm telling you, bad, I ain't have nothing to do with shit that had shit to do with last night. After I had my live last night, I went to bed pronto. I went to bed before my granddad even got back home. So, the police never came. I called them. And, well, what'd she say about me? I hope she didn't say anything unconfirmed or for a fact she's already told Fusion and them to stop. And I uploaded her video, and I respected her husband. I became members of their channel, and then they treated me like shit, in my opinion, when they let all those people that have been doing me stuff over there. Like, I guess they just see it as, well, he's one person and that's all them, and they want to keep the subscribers or whatever. So I refunded I didn't refund, but I just canceled my membership anymore at Triple T's. I stay subscribed to him. I still appreciate him for his service for our country, but I don't appreciate how his answer to me was just to leave YouTube. And last time that he reached out to me with Herbal, it was kind of weird why he was with Herbal. And so I'll just leave that as that. I'm not talking shit about Triple T. I ain't got no problem with him or Miss Lori. I never have. I never want to have. But I think they need to not get involved in this anymore, because these people have taken it beyond the criminal levels, and if they can't see past that it's just drama, then I really don't care to hear their opinion on it, and that's with all due respect. I didn't let wrong people on panel give me advice. You know, I mean, maybe I did sometimes and maybe I didn't, but that's her opinion. I mean, I also let some of those people on panel just to show their, you know, not everyone that was always let on panel did I take them as their advice, even if they said they were up here trying to offer it. Just letting y'all know. I wouldn't do that.
War on terrorism that doesn't really exist, so people will submit to whatever the government wants them to submit to. Searches, check your shoes, have ID cards, put chips in you, you know, where you become servants to the elite. That's what this is all about, you know?
Well, to be honest, I'm a little bit tired of advice. I've got all the advice I need. What I need is help and action from people, and nobody wants to take any help or action, because when they do, they know that it automatically puts a target on their back. You know, that's what I need, you know. But I mean, feel free to tell me whatever the advice was.
Restore America's republic to what it's supposed to be. Get the bankers out of our government. Get the bankers out of our government. Government should stop borrowing money from the banks. Government should make its own money, restore the republic, individual freedoms. That's what this country's about. And until we do that, we're gonna be slaves.
I mean, to me, I see people like Bill O'Reilly on television, right? And I see how much they control the media. Like, there was this girl on Bill O'Reilly the other night from an organization saying the world can't wait. And this girl was spot on. Everything she was saying was the truth. And all Bill O'Reilly could do was call her a lunatic. He couldn't challenge the facts. They just call people names. They can't, and until we just find that, look, this world, we're heading into a world of danger, possible nuclear wars, you know, because
what he's talking about is what we're living in right now, people.
The banking industry is trying to take over the world. 9/11 is the beginning of the war on terror. That war on terror is leading us into Iraq, which is the next lie. So you had the lie of 9/11, how that happened. Nobody knows how Building 7 came down. Okay, we know 9/11 was a fraud. The American people don't know it, but more and more of them are believing it. Okay, so that was the first lie. Besides the inception, I'm not going back to the inception of the Federal Reserve, that original lie. But 9/11 was the first lie in this present state we're in. 9/11 is the kickoff of the war against the American people and the people of the world. 9/11 was a phony. It's a fraud. It didn't happen the way they told us it happened. Now, because of 9/11, we then had the authority to go into Afghanistan and Iraq. Iraq didn't have weapons of mass destruction. Okay, so that was the next lie. Now they're talking about going into Iran. Now, how would you feel if you were Iran and you had this big, powerful country, America, go into your next door neighbor, take over their oil fields, right? Wouldn't you be worried that what they were going to do to you? Of course you're going to be worried. But the people of America don't think about it from Iran's point of view. They think about it from our point of view. So now we're going to send more troops into Iraq and keep building up because they want Iraq and the Middle East to become part of the New World Order. And Iraq was using, Saddam wanted to start using euros instead of dollars, right?
He was messing up their whole consumption.
Iran wants to start using euros instead of dollars.
They have.
Okay? So I'm saying what they're trying to do is preserve their power. And one lie leads to the next lie, leads to the next lie. And until you get to the root cause of 9/11, which is supposedly the war on terror, we'll never solve our problems here. Should we send more troops into Iraq? Should we not send more troops into Iraq? Well, the truth is, the fact is, that it all goes back to this war on terror. Where did 9/11 come from? That's the root cause of everything. And until we have a full investigation, find out why Building 7 fell down, why they shipped all the steel out of America so quickly, from the buildings.
Exactly.
Why all the things that don't make any sense about 9/11, until we find out why it really happened, we'll never understand why there's a war on terror. And we'll never be able to prove that the war on terror is a phony. Nick and I discussed many things. One of the things we discussed, or he brought up in conversation, was reducing world population and felt that there were too many people in the world. In a way, I agree.
Wow.
There are too many people in the world.
Holy shit.
But I don't think I have the authority to say who's going to die and who's not going to die, But they felt that they wanted to reduce world population, and he felt that it should be reduced by half.
That is the Georgia Guidestones, and it says maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. Guide reproduction wisely, improving fitness and diversity. Unite humanity with a new living language and all types of other stuff.
He even mentioned to me once they were having a real problem trying to solve the Israel-Palestinian problem. And he talked to me once about they were playing with the idea of bringing Israel to Arizona, and taking all the people from Israel and giving everybody $1 million and setting up Israel in the state of Arizona.
Unbelievable.
To end that problem, because that's a problem that they're not in charge of, in a sense. They're not controlling that problem. They're very arrogant. They can do whatever they want to do. We've given these people.
Holy shit! These central bankers actually had thought about playing with the idea of trying to get the Jewish people from their homeland. Hell no. And yeah, I said their homeland, the Palestinian side. Both sides need to live in peace, and that's my take on it. But that's just my opinion. I don't speak for the Israeli government.
Authority to create money out of thin air. And through that device...
But something tells me old Benjamin Netanyahu wouldn't be up for moving to Arizona.
They control everything. And if you want to win the battle to stop that, you have to deny them the ability to create money. It's only because they can make money that they have all this power.
They literally have the money machines.
They have the money machines. They can print it. They can do whatever.
I need a money machine. I need a money machine. Too much to count it by hand. I need a money machine.
What they want to do. They own everything.
Aaron, we take over pretty quick. If we were the guys that issued the money, everybody had to come give us real assets for the use of this money we just printed up.
People. I tell people, why in the world does the American government borrow money from the banks when they have the ability to create it themselves without borrowing it and paying interest on it?
Money machine, money machine. Too much to count it by hand. I need a money machine.
Why?
You don't know that song?
You can answer that question. Not one politician ever raises that. Why does the American government borrow money when they can create it without paying interest?
Well, we did create it up until 1913.
I must have been moving or something, and my headphone mic scratched against something. My bad.
And so people say, well, because if the American government does it, it'll create inflation. That's the answer. I say, well, let's look at it. The American government has the Federal Reserve do it, which creates the same inflation as if they did it, but also with the inflation.
Oh yeah, I was fixing my trash can basket.
Now you're getting massive debt. So with the Federal Reserve, you have inflation and debt. Now, if the American government made the money, backed by gold, which limited the amount they could make, you wouldn't have debt and you wouldn't have inflation.
But inflation was only about 50% from
Morning, Army.
the 1780s, I've looked it up, until the late 1800s. And then we have the central banks already trying to cause some panics, which they then used to push the Federal Reserve. And if we look at inflation since 1913 into 2007, it's exponential. In fact, $1 is worth about 2 pennies what it was worth in 1913. Federal Reserve Chairman, former Federal Reserve Chairman Alan Greenspan, doubled the money supply from 2000 to 2006. And then Edward Bernanke, the new Fed chief, came in and said he's going to double it again in the next 2 years. And then he said, now I'm going to make the money supply numbers secret. And so now we don't even know.
Right.
But the evidence is they are just, I mean, in the curve of inflation, it gradually grows. And then suddenly at a point, it goes straight up. And it seems we've
It's
now...
parabolic, yeah.
Yeah, parabolic.
But the thing is that the only thing I disagree with you on from early 1800 to 1913, there was no inflation other than during the Civil War. You know, when Lincoln was
Well, I'm talking about how much $1 was worth. And I know
it never changed. There was no inflation. In that whole 100 years, there was no inflation. People knew what the money was worth. They could retire. They knew what it would cost them to live their lives out. There was no problem. It was only since 1913 when the Fed came in that we created massive inflation and massive debt.
So then what you said earlier, then there really wasn't inflation.
There was no inflation.
So you don't get inflation when the government issues the money, at least in the U.S. history.
Not if it's backed by gold.
Well, exactly. But I'm talking about, and I did look this up, and I believe that if you look after the country was set up, and some of the things that happened with Andrew Jackson and the rest of it, there were points where it spiked and there were manipulations.
There were points, mostly during the Civil War.
Yeah. And that's because Lincoln printed so much money.
Exactly. That's right. But once that ended...
Them greenbacks.
But basically there was no inflation other than that during that short period of time. I mean, a loaf of bread was a loaf, of course, the same thing. People could plan their lives. Today, they planned inflation. Now you have two parents working. They can't afford to pay for their family anymore. The kids are going to state-run schools now. The kids are being indoctrinated how to think. They're being given Ritalin. They're being given all these drugs. The whole country's being dumbed down. It's all because of the Federal Reserve System. And the Federal Reserve System and these bankers are responsible for the demise of America. And if we ever want to win this battle,
amen,
you must shut down the Federal Reserve System. And we must shut down these bankers and restore sound money to this country.
Will you talk a little bit about some of the families that own the private Federal Reserve, the stock in it? And I mean, obviously, you say you're not a big expert on Bilderberg Group, but you talk about how it's the same system worldwide. It is the same families. They meet and kind of set the policy each year, and then it goes to the Royal Institute of International Affairs in England, it goes to the CFR in the U.S., and then these are their management bodies where
there's Nick Rockefeller.
They wield control, really the de facto Congresses over the nation. So, I mean, I would like to get you to speak some about the families that own and run the Federal Reserve, and if you can't connect it into these other international bodies.
Well, I can't speak to those families because I can only speak about, you know, what I know for fact. Everything else is speculation, and I don't like to speculate. You know, I know about Rockefeller because I was friends with him. We talked about it, and I can tell you firsthand.
What did Rockefeller tell you about the Federal Reserve and their family owning part of it?
Well, he said the New York Fed is the main controlling interest of the Federal Reserve System. They control the bulk of it. So the New York Fed is really the Federal Reserve System. Even though there's 12 different banks, it's run by the New York Fed. And the New York Fed is basically the Federal Reserve System. So who's ever running the New York Fed is where, and the families that control it, control the New York Fed. And they're the main engine behind the Federal Reserve System.
And that's a wing of the Bank of England.
Well, the Bank of England and the Federal Reserve are partners, you know, and the Bank of England is a private bank, and so is the Bundesbank in Germany, and the bank of all the banks of the G8 countries are all private banks. They're private central banks. And look, what happened in Europe? Didn't Europe vote down the European Constitution? Yes. They're still doing it. Didn't they vote down the euro? They're still doing it. They don't care what the people vote. They do whatever they want to do. What we want doesn't matter anymore. It's their agenda, it's their plans that matter.
Isn't that prima facie evidence of a tyranny?
Well, there's no question we're in tyranny. There's no question we're living in a world where the American citizen is no longer a free individual human being to do the things that they wish to do. You know, we're slaves, and it's getting worse.
What do we got to do to bring these people down?
In my opinion, you must shut down the Federal Reserve System. And I think that there has to be an uprising. There has to be an uprising. People have to stand up. I can't do it alone. You can't do it alone, Alex. And we need to get a majority of people, not a majority of people, but...
it was 5% won the war against the British, a highly motivated group. But I agree, people have got to get angry first. I mean, not just, yeah, we know it's corrupt and that lackadaisical. We got to get pissed.
People don't seem to have the courage to do what they have to do, you know?
I want to say you've got a lot of courage.
Well, thank you. You know, I don't know if I have a lot of courage. I just have
I want to thank you for what you're doing for my family.
Well, I have a sense of conscience and I have a sense of justice. You know, I get nervous about what I do, but I do it because there's no other choice. You know, I couldn't live with myself if I didn't do it, you know? But the fact of the matter is, I mean, I've ostracized myself pretty much from Hollywood. You know, people are afraid to deal with me in Hollywood a lot because of what I do and the things I say. You know, I don't go along with routines. You know, a lot of people in Hollywood know the truth. They're not willing to stand up and speak about it. You know, and I know many of them have seen my movie, you know, and they know I'm right, and they won't talk about it because everybody's afraid. Everybody's afraid because they think that this money they get, these Federal Reserve notes, are...
Okay, Army, just, this is... Can we finish this first, please? And we will talk, okay? I promise. Or, here, I'll drop a link for you and you can come up right now. We're Army vet only. No, I'm gonna... No, Army, go ahead. Here. Hold on just a second. The vid's rather long, so we'll talk first. I don't want to put you off either. Ain't nobody come up but her. And I'll need to see your face, dear, before you come up. Or ma'am, excuse me. Sorry, it's a habit from my grandpa calling people dear and stuff. My grandpa's just a sweet guy. Just make sure you have your Bluetooth or mic in your phone or whatever and have turn your camera. You don't have to keep your camera on, but you just turn it on whenever you pop in, so I know it's you. Army vet, you coming? Hold on, Army. Let me see your... Can I see your pretty face, please? Can't see you. Okay, I got you. You can turn it off if you want to now. I'm about to put you on. Or you can keep it on. It's up to you. I'll make you a little bigger. Hold on. There we go.
No.
What's up?
So I have a couple questions.
Oh, yeah.
So why do you tell us mods that you want a form of communication? You don't answer phone calls or texts or IG.
I'm going to get better at that. I'm sorry. I haven't been. But I have to keep my phone on Do Not Disturb too because of the harassment. So because of that, I constantly don't get your notifications.
Gotcha.
But that's, I will check them. We'll talk more on there, okay?
You need to like save the phone numbers. That way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's another bad habit of mine too.
And then you don't have to answer the trolls, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
That's one. Number two. Why do you keep engaging? I understand like you wanting to answer the phone calls to show like that they're calling you, but just say hello. Oh, it's such and such. I'm telling you, stop calling me. Click. Don't engage him any farther than that.
Yeah, I'm not even really trying to do that. I've got enough as is.
Yeah, I mean, I think anyway, but that will help you out so much.
So is mine, Storm. Listening to you, Army. You're like a little black square. Hold on, I can make you a mini-me. Look. Oh, she's not a square, she's a rectangle, y'all.
Yeah. I'm bigger than a square.
She got her own shape. She got her own shape, y'all. She a rectangle. Put her above me. Look at where you're at on the screen. You're like right above my head now.
What up? I'm on top. Also, you know that they're going to keep trying to pit you against me. right? Because they hate me.
Mm-hmm. Especially Wacky Jackie. She's a certified biatch.
Oh, she loves me. I love her.
That's
a joke. That's a joke, sir. I love all my haters. Love them all. I especially love getting screenshots of being called a cunt from somebody that supposedly was doxxed and
Who?
got harassed so much.
Who? Who? Who called you that? And we got doxxed.
Oh, I'll tell you on IG. I'm not gonna give her any
Okay.
attention. Well, I mean,
I got an idea.
She doxed my name and Enlightened.
Oh, rule for thee and not for me.
Yeah, she said it and then told everybody that there was videos of Enlightened and yada yada.
What'd you say, Enlighten Redhead?
I can't see the chat, so.
She said I take being called a cunt a compliment. I don't know. Enlightened did.
Oh. Okay, I can see the chat now.
I done got a new idea for a page for you, Army Vet. I call you the Rectangle Verse. Miss Rectangle Army Works.
Ooh. Yeah.
Start the block crew, y'all. Or not the block crew, the block squad. Because we're all shapes, or the shape squad, something like that. I know I'm sounding stupid, but just go with it.
Hey, I'll roll with it. I don't give a fuck. I'm sure you know. Enlightened Demon, I'm sure you know.
Hey, watch some of this with us, Army. Hold on. Let me put you up here. This guy's really smart.
Are really money,
Oh, Heather,
and they think
trust
they have a
me,
comfortable lifestyle, and they're
the
afraid
people
of
that are
change.
calling me a cunt
Yeah.
it's laughable because, you know,
Yeah, I got you.
They're afraid to stand up
they
for what's
are
right.
what they call people.
No, if you got to say something, just go ahead and I'll pause it. What'd you say, hon?
No, they don't want you around either Storm or Heather or Jen.
Or you.
Definitely not me. They fucking
And
hate
until
me.
people are willing to stand up and have the courage to do what they need to do,
But I love
it's
it.
not going
I
to
love
change. And hopefully, you know,
Here, I'll turn this down a
what
little
you're
bit.
doing, what I'm doing, what other people like us are doing, can affect the change that people stand up and say, "Hey, I've had enough." The thing is, we have one advantage. They need us to cooperate. See, if we don't cooperate with them, they can't win. And so they always need our cooperation to go along with their programs.
So they try to sell us.
Right. They try to sell us. Democracy, this majority says this, believe in this, do that. The war on terror, you know.
Can you hear that, Army?
I can't hear the video.
No,
You can't hear the video? Can you pull... do you have some way you can pull up the live on your TV or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, pull up my live and just turn it really down and let me know when you got the video up, and I'll play it, and then you can hear it.
Okay.
You just can't have me up on the thing that you're on right now.
Oh, I know.
But you can stay up. You can stay up here and chat, and stay in the chat and here on the screen with me as long as you want to. I done made your own corner for you.
Fuck, that's loud. Sweet.
Yeah, there's Army's corner. I need to actually like make an image for it. Like No Life Mike has the images all on his studio. I need to set that up and make or if you want to make one yourself, like make your own little design, then I can put it up on the studio whenever you come in and put it above. Like if you have a channel or whatnot you want people to subscribe to, I can put that up there.
Nah. I don't do content, really, so.
Or Instagram or anything, you know. Like you may want people that watch here to know your Instagram. I mean, I'm just saying if you want. It's up to you. Okay. You got the video up?
Yep, I'm getting there.
Alright, just let me know when you get there. Oh, you're back, Jen? Good to have you back. No, she's not in the corner as in bad corner. It's her own corner. I meant on the thing y'all are watching on YouTube. It's your the program that I use, OBS. This little black rectangle you see above my head here. That's Army's. Like if she turned on her video, you would see her cell phone video right there. And so I made that her own corner, and I said I ought to get a little image and make Army's corner and decorate it and stuff and put it up there whenever she comes up. Like move that percentage bar out the way or something. That's what I was talking about.
I've never been on Streamlabs, so that was weird.
Well, it's the same thing as the only difference between this and like when you don't show your video like right now, it's black. But like I said, right. but if you made a picture of like a avatar that you really liked and then gave to me, sent it to me, then what I could do is every time you come on, I could have that picture uploaded here in the studio, and I could put it over the black part. If you're shy and don't like to be on camera, and then people can still hear you like they do right now, but it just won't sound like an ominous voice, like they have a character on screen to see and look at. That's what I was talking about.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's the only difference between this and StreamYard. And nobody else, if they even tried to use your link to come on right now, it wouldn't work because you're already occupying it. I can have 4 people on here technically, but I have to add another collab cam each time. And so since I only have you on here, nobody else can really come up. So it's not as I can't see what your YouTube account is like I could on StreamYard, but it's just as good as far as I think control. All right, you got the video?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You got to be scared. You know, let yourself be. They're always trying to do things to sell us that will go along with them. And once we learn not to cooperate with them, then
Gnostic's here.
And that's the point. Don't cooperate with them. Don't go along.
Oh, hey, Gnostic.
Anymore. Stop it.
Thanks for joining us, Gnostic. Appreciate it.
For president and vice president and take over this country and bring freedom back to this country.
Will you do me a favor and explain who that is to me, because I have no clue.
That's Aaron Russo. He is being interviewed by Alex Jones, and he knew Nick Rockefeller, who is a part of the Rockefeller dynasty that control the Federal Reserve and the banks and are a part of the New World Order, basically, in a sense. I've met Gnostic Mind Train before. He came on panel the other day. Hey, Gnostic, how are you doing, bud? If Gnostic wants to come up, he can, too. And he doesn't have to show his face either. He can stay off camera.
Who believe in freedom.
Just let me know.
Thomas Jefferson and the Constitution.
But just listen to what some of he says, Army, and I'll go back over some stuff that you can hear, and you'll be like, damn.
And the founding fathers to make this country whole again. Because right now it's in the grip of the evil ones, you know. And the only way to stop that is for good men to stand up. What Edmund Burke said, evil can only thrive when good men do nothing.
Yes.
Right? We got to do something. That's what it is, you know. Silence is golden, but when it comes to your freedom, it's yellow. You know, we have to stop being scared. We have to stand up and do what's necessary to take back, to stop these bankers, these elite, this government full of lies, congressmen full of liars. You know, people destroying our borders. You know, creating a government. I mean, imagine this. Here you are in America, and they're combining America, Canada, and Mexico into one country, the North American Union.
Hey, Gnostic, if you subscribe, it'll shout you out here on screen, and that'll get you some attention for your YouTube channel. I mean, like some, not attention, what am I saying? Some reach or advertisement. But I was going to say welcome on the chat. Hold on just a second. I got to pull out my phone to do it. I saw your video, buddy, and I was worried about you. You said that you were gone from YouTube and that you had some stuff going on. I'm sorry about that.
And the American people don't know anything about it. It's not even in the press. They'd rather talk about Rosie O'Donnell and Donald Trump calling each other names than discussing the fact that we're merging into one country. The press doesn't even report it.
Or that Paris Hilton doesn't wear underwear.
Yeah, Britney Spears. But I mean, who cares? I mean, the fact of the matter happens to be that tells you how controlled the media is. Here you are combining America, Canada, and Mexico into one country, and you don't see it in the press.
Unless maybe it's Lou Dobbs.
You don't see it in the press. You just don't see it.
It should be the top story everywhere.
Everywhere, and not a word about it, really. Why? That tells you there's the evidence that it's controlled. They don't want the American people to know what's going on. That's why they don't protect our borders. That's why we're losing our Constitution, the very document that secures our freedoms.
There is a rising tide against it.
There is a rising tide, but we have to mobilize. We have to mobilize. And we have to get all the good people in this country to stand together and say, I'm not going to take it anymore. Well, I think if you analyze the situation, and if you realize that since the Federal Reserve has come into being in 1913, illegally, without a constitutional amendment,
I hear you, Gnostic.
A few senators during Christmas vacation.
That's sad to hear, but I know what you mean.
power.
I'm fixing to be undertaking that here myself very soon, just right around the corner.
That the American government has, the creation and issuance of money.
Except for maybe once in a while.
To that private bank issuing money, they have destroyed this country. They have destroyed the purchasing power of the money in this country. They've created social programs that are destroying this country.
Thanks to the work of Aaron Russo and Ron Paul.
Well, even though you're done making videos, you can still keep your account and be an active participator. I think I did give you a wrench because I thought you'd make a good Wait, you don't have a wrench, actually. I'm going to change that, buddy. If you'll, if you'd go over and subscribe, so you're, to my channel, I'd appreciate it. And, I'm going to go ahead. I mean, I've got no reason not to trust you, dude. So, like, if you see anyone that's a troll or being disrespectful or just plain mean or ugly in general and you want to get rid of them, feel free. You can give them one warning or you can straight time them out, depending upon, like, how severe it is, alright? Because, I'm sorry that I'm sorry you came on my panel, too, the other day. In hindsight, that wasn't the best decision, probably, because that just made things maybe worse for you, so I apologize for that. Alright, give me just a second. We got 12 likes. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate it. Gnostic, I hereby knight you mod of the squire. There you are, sir. Alright, let's continue.
Paul and many others. Folks are starting to find out who the real enemy is. Offshore private banking corporations that have engaged in a hostile corporate takeover of the United States and almost every other nation on the planet. And the private Federal Reserve is their beachhead here in the United States. Ron Paul has introduced H.R. 1207 that at time of taping has over 87 sponsors just to audit the private Federal Reserve that arrogantly says it's above all U.S. laws and above all three branches of government and that no law enforcement can investigate them. I mean, how asinine is that? How above the law is that? How ridiculous is that? Everybody else gets audited. Nobody else is above the law but them, this group of plutocrats, this group of polycentric bankers that are setting up this neo-feudal world system.
Now, they've taken over our government, both Republicans and Democrats. There's no difference anymore between the two parties. They control both parties. It doesn't matter to them which one wins, because who's ever running for president will be someone they anoint, okay? Whether it's Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, everyone go sub to Gnostic Mind Train, even though he's taking a break from content creation, maybe entirely. Sub him up and show him, give him some love, man.
Or John McCain running for president next year, which they're going to be people that are going to do what they want them to do. And the fact of the matter happens to be that you can't win an election unless you have enough money.
Let me also shout out to Ghetto Nun Clan, Rich Newbook, the Pissed Off Patriot, and Slap by Sly for subscribing. And these are some extra scenes right here that show our latest subscriber and person to give activity and support, and that's Ghetto Nun Clan, aka Andrea. Thank you, Miss Andrea.
To win. They make sure who gets the money.
The most important point is they control both parties. And the public continues to only focus in on the distraction of the left puppet and the right puppet instead of looking at the puppet masters. In fact, more and more of this is coming out. Top Senate Democrats, bankers own the U.S. Congress. Senator Dick Durbin on Chicago radio station last week blurted out an obvious truth about Congress. This is from Salon, that despite being blindly obvious and rarely spoken, and quote, the banks, hard to believe in a time when we're facing a banking crisis that many of the banks created, are still the most powerful lobby on Capitol Hill, and frankly, they own the place. So there is one of the most powerful Democrats in the country, top Senate Democrat, saying bankers own the U.S. Congress. It's true. Let's admit it. Let's stop debating the two puppets they put out in front of us, the liberal puppet, the conservative puppet, and then every time we wake up to one of the puppets, they just replace it with another puppet. Let's look past the puppets to the puppet master above them that's controlling the puppets. That's all, Aaron.
There's Nick Rockefeller, or there's not Nick, but John Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller right there.
Russo and myself and Ron Paul and so many other people are saying, let's get back to a culture of liberty versus tyranny, not this left-right diversion. You know, when folks are sick of Obama in 4 to 8 years, they're going to put a Republican in, and they'll put out different rhetoric, but carry out the same operation. Because as the top Senate Democrats said, the bankers own the place, even though they engineered the crisis. And make no mistake, they did engineer it by design. Their own documents, their own IMF and World Bank documents admit that. And out of this crisis, they're setting up the new Bank of the World, according to Time Magazine and Newsweek and the Wall Street Journal and just hundreds of publications with headlines like, and now for world government, in the Financial Times of London. They create the crisis and then say, okay, our Ponzi scheme's falling apart and bankrupting you. Give us $12.8 trillion in the first 6 months of the banker bailout. And now they say, we'll set up a Bank of the World you pay your carbon taxes to, and private bankers will rule your life, and we'll pay private greenhouse gas carbon taxes to two firms owned by Al Gore, and this is publicly admitted. I mean, this is how bad the scamming is getting, and we've got to wake up, we've got to say no, we've got to get angry and get in the face of the New World Order. Again, the private offshore bankers own America. They own both parties, but they get you in a rah-rah, Coke versus Pepsi, Redskins versus Cowboys, fight. And you get in this little political fight as followers instead of looking past that to the actual global elite and what they're setting up.
So through these bankers attempting to taking over America, knowing that America was the freest nation in the world, it was necessary for them to take over America, take away our gun rights of freedom to bear arms, and create a country where we become slaves, because once they take over America, the rest of the world becomes a lot easier for them. And so by creating 9/11, an event to terrify the American people that were being attacked by terrorists, you create a world where there's an enemy that can never be pinpointed. You can never win the battle. It's a 100-year war. It's a never-ending war on terrorism, right? So you're always fighting this war. And through the war on terrorism, which is the 9/11, which is the first lie, then you create the war on terrorism, which is the next lie. Then you create the war in Iraq for weapons of mass destruction, which is the next lie. And it's one lie to the next lie to the next lie. Now it's going to be Iran, the next lie, sending more troops and a surge into Iraq.
Think about what Aaron Russo is saying here. The war on terror is a war on the American people and the people of the world. You see, the elites always sell the public on tyranny by attacking a minority that's unliked first, or the outsider. Oh, we're just getting rid of the Bill of Rights and Constitution and having secret arrest and FEMA camps and the Military Commissions Act for foreigners. It's just for them. And now the federal government has been caught saying that gun owners, conservatives, people buying ammunition, they've been caught saying that returning veterans are the #1 threat to Homeland Security. And in a way, that's true. People that know about the Bill of Rights and Constitution and know that our country's being taken over and hijacked by foreign banks, I guess they are the threat to the criminals that have done this. That's all the New World Order is a private corporate takeover of the nation states, of the governments of the world. And then these private corporations bring in a tyrannical form of neo-feudalism that they call corporatism or fascism. Mussolini said that fascism should properly be called corporatism, and that's what it is. And they create the socialism to get control of the wealth and to control society, and then they pipe the profits to themselves. So they socialize the general public to get control of us, but it's private above us. It's basically just slavery. Now, think about what Aaron Russo was saying here, and it's absolutely true. This is a war on the American people. They build Homeland Security, they build the police state in the name of fighting foreign enemies, and then they flip it all around to use it against the American people, and the MIAC reports and the DHS reports and the rest of it.
From Missouri.
This thing was set up for the people. And Aaron Russo,
that MIAC report was from Missouri, guys.
So nailed it.
It's just one thing leading to the other. And it's always with the event, it's always in the point of taking over more countries, more dominance. You know, making sure the American dollar, making sure the G8 stays in control of everything. And what they want to do is to control the American people, control the people of the world, put RFID chips.
Hey, Nina. Good morning, Nina.
So everybody's a slave to these central banks.
Did you ever talk to Nick Rockefeller after he told you all this and then 9/11 took place?
No.
I understand, Army. I saw your comment.
But he did. He told me that you're going to see men running around caves looking for Osama bin Laden. You know, you're going to see men looking for, these guys, and they're going to be,
He told you it was all going to be bull.
It's a phony. The whole thing is a fake. It's a fraud.
Was he laughing, or was he just coldly saying this?
No, it's more laughing, cynical, laughing. It's more like, look how stupid everybody is. Look how stupid everybody. We can do whatever we want to do.
Well, it is ridiculous. It's like with Al Zakari. They claim they killed him like 14 times, and then they never said, "Well, we didn't kill him last time, but we killed him this time." They never even. Now they're like practicing being ridiculous.
Well, what about bin Laden being in the American hospital, getting kidney help?
Yeah.
Right? In the American hospital, right? They could, if they wanted Osama bin Laden, they could have gotten him.
Oh, yeah.
He was right in the American, after the coal.
Well, every time our troops really would keep catching Taliban leaders, they would be ordered by the generals to let them go. That's come out in the newspapers, but only here or there. And they kept going, and then Pat Tillman was complaining about it, and then he got shot. I talked to his brother.
Oh, you did?
And then he got shot, and there was a big hero charging Al-Qaeda. No Al-Qaeda, somebody shot him in the back.
Look, we're dealing with complete evil. We're dealing with complete evil. And until the American people wake up and say, we don't want this evil in our country anymore, and we want to come back to a country of decency and goodness and integrity.
Damn,
and
Storm.
You know, we're going down that road. And that's what it's going to take. It's going to take people to stand up and say, we don't want to live in this kind of a world anymore. You know, I believe we should pull all our troops out of Iraq. I believe we should leave other countries alone. Let other countries live their lives the way they choose to. You know, stop trying to spread democracy around the world, which is the worst form of government there is anyway. Restore our republic to what it's supposed to be, and go back to what the founding fathers gave us, and try and restore that. Restore the republic. Like the point of everything is that we have to mobilize. Each one of us. You and I can't do everything, Alex. You and I may be leaders. We may be out there and people listen to us, what we have to say and follow us. But the truth of the matter happens to be, it takes all Americans to stand together, to stand tall, to mobilize and say, we're not going to take this anymore. I'm mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore. We're going to stand up and fight the battle. And you and I can't do this alone. We're just leaders of the thing. But other people have to join in with us and stand side by side, shoulder to shoulder, and say, I'm not going to take it anymore. That's what it's going to take to win this effort and to stop cooperating with the government and with all their rules and regulations, and to wake everybody up, to hand out DVDs of my movie, to hand out DVDs of your movie, to educate everybody to what's going on. Well, if you don't fight the corruption and you don't stand up for what's right in life, you're going to end up being a serf and a slave, and you're leaving your children a world that you wouldn't want to live in yourself. So how can you, in decency, behave that way? You have to stand up for what's right.
Yeah, David Icke is pretty good. I've read some of his stuff, Nina.
Right in life. And unless you do that, you're nothing. Well, freedom and liberty is what people really want. You know, and it's time to...
Yeah, I'm showing people a video to spread awareness. I know about it, Nina. I learned about all this stuff years ago. I'm just trying to spread awareness about it. This is an oldie but goodie.
Stop the duplicity of the government from lying to us. You see, many people know the truth of what's happening in this country. They know the truth, like the numbers you gave.
This man speaking truth right now, he's dead. You know, he died of cancer. Rest in peace. And he was a great. He made the movie Trading Places or whatever with Eddie Murphy. Like he's a filmmaker, and he met one of the Rockefellers, and he explained how the women's lib movement was designed by the Rockefellers, not with pure intentions in mind. They did it so they could tax half of the population and get children out of the house with their mothers and into the school system to be indoctrinated.
They're afraid to stand up. People have to find their courage and stand up and say, I'm not going to take this anymore. I know the truth.
Like here, let me play y'all this little short clipping of the part where you can see what he says. This is him on feminism, basically where it came from. And it's told by a Rockefeller.
Was that he was at the house one night, and we were talking, and he started laughing. He said, Aaron, what do you think women's liberation was about? And I said, I had pretty conventional thinking about it at that point. I said, I think it's about women having the right to work, getting equal pay with men, just like they won the right to vote, you know? And he started to laugh. He said, you're an idiot. And I said, why am I an idiot? He said, let me tell you what that was about. We, the Rockefellers, funded that. We funded Women's Lib, you know? And we're the ones who got all over the newspapers and television, the Rockefeller Foundation. He says, and you want to know why? He says, there were two primary reasons. And one reason was we couldn't tax half the population before Women's Lib. And the second reason was, now we get the kids in school at an early age. We can indoctrinate the kids how to think. It breaks up the family. The kids start looking at the state as the family, as the school, as the officials, as their family, not as the parents teaching them. And so those are the two primary reasons for Women's Lib, which I thought up to that point was a noble thing. You know, when I saw their intentions behind it, where they were coming from when they created it, the thought of it, I saw the evil behind what I thought was a noble venture.
Aaron, did you know that Gloria Steinem, in one of her own books, now admits the CIA funded Miss Magazine?
No, I had no idea about that. No, I never heard that.
Yeah, we're going to...
CIA funded Miss Magazine?
Funded Miss Magazine with the stated goal of taxing women and breaking up the family.
No kidding. I never heard that. Well, Nick told me. I mean, I know it, but not because I know the CIA was involved in it.
Well, Gloria Steinem was proud of it. Oh, the CIA wanted to help women.
No kidding.
So they funded it, yeah. And of course, it's divide and conquer.
Right,
and
of course.
What they do is they focus in, obviously, on real problems. Women were getting shafted in many ways, but the elite wasn't planning to help them. They were planning to really shaft them and take men away from them. Look at what they did with black families. You only had about 10% illegitimacy 50 years ago in black.
You know, I mean, and then they talk about how they've broken down the family.
You know, and it's like they create a situation where if you tell the truth, you're considered a lunatic. You know, in other words, if someone goes on a TV show and says 9/11's an inside job, oh, you're an idiot, you're crazy. They call you names. You can't be afraid of that.
Well, it doesn't work anymore. I mean, they have no facts. Just calling you crazy doesn't make you crazy.
Well, we know that.
They also go get kooks who are kooks to put them on and then say they represent us.
That's right, exactly.
Another tactic.
Exactly. And Bill O'Reilly's great at that. Sean Hannity is great at that. They just put people on who they can dominate, you know. But
why do you think guys like that, they're not stupid? I mean, I've talked to people that know, they know the truth. Why do you think they decide to join the evil?
That has to be in their hearts. I mean, I had the opportunity to do that, and then in my heart, I couldn't do it. So it has.
But I mean, how could you or I consciously be involved in something like putting AIDS virus in black Africans' vaccines? I mean, what the hell? I mean, it's like we're not good guys either. I mean, I don't think I'm like some special perfect person. What the hell's wrong with this elite? I mean, what are they running around doing evil? I mean, they just run around continually doing evil.
Well, I think a lot of them think they're doing the right thing. I think a lot of them think they're doing the right thing. Not the top elite, but people within the system, you know. But I think that it's all about, as Nick said to me, it's about control and power. They have all the money they want. They can make all the money they want. They have a machine that can make all the money. It's not about money. It's about control. It's about their vision of how they want to see the world in their eyes. And, you know, you and I believe in individuality, in the person being the dominant thing, the individual being the dominant person. Today we live in a world where institutions are dominant, not people. You know, the American, you know, we the people, by the people, for the people. Now it's we the institutions, by the institutions, for the institutions.
Yep.
People are secondary. It's all about corporations and institutions.
Mm-hmm.
And the Federal Reserve is the biggest institution in the world. You know, if you ask somebody what's the biggest corporation in the world, they'll say Google or Walmart or Exxon or something. But the biggest corporation in the world is the Federal Reserve System, right? And all the other corporations feed off the nipple of the Federal Reserve System.
Well, it's like the Monopoly game. The bank always wins. It has unlimited money. It's not the people playing on the board.
Exactly.
The bank owns the board, the box, the shelf it's sitting on.
But that's because you gave them the ability to make the money. You have to take that away from them.
We need to take the bank away from the private bankers.
Exactly. You have to take the creation of money away from the private bankers, and you'll solve 95% of your problems.
Well, I mean, look at America. 10% growth rates every year like China's having right now. The U.S. had 10% growth rates until the Federal Reserve took over. And then if you look at that, it all starts really going downhill from there. Well,
they destroyed the American worker. What they've done, here's what's happened. The Federal Reserve has created this massive inflation in America, which means that the American worker has to keep making more money to keep up with the cost of living. The more money they make to keep with the cost of living, the less competitive they become in the world economy. So now what happens is we have to pay our workers so much to keep up with the cost of living. Say, well, screw the American worker. Let's go overseas now and get the cheap labor.
But really, that's a war being waged against the middle class.
Of course
the
it is.
bankers print the money. Really, this is a war being waged against the middle class. The bankers print the money. Everything they're doing is about destroying any private pools of wealth or independence.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is because of the inflation that they've created, they've now allowed other countries to outcompete us. You see, because other countries don't have to pay as much money as we have to pay here to our workers to survive.
Yes.
So now we're not competitive anymore. So we've lost our manufacturing base. We've lost our competitive. In the old days, the American worker, you wanted to buy everything American. You wouldn't buy anything from Japan. This was cheap crap.
And what does that leave us? It leaves America this military force, and so the elites giving us a deal. We'll continue to build up your military and give you homeland security jobs, shift your economy over to being the bulldog enforcer of the New World Order.
Exactly.
You can either do, and by controlling the economy, they force everybody into that position.
That's exactly correct. That's exactly correct. And there's no more manufacturing here. We're a service economy. We do nothing. We provide nothing. We provide nothing to the rest of the world anymore. Well, first of all, Freedom to Fascism is a movie that everybody should see, because we show the fraud of the income tax. We show how judges put people in jail for no reason. We show the corruption of the justice system, and we show how the Federal Reserve came into being and how it's controlling society, and how all the central banks of the world are working together through the Bank of International Settlements in Switzerland, which is the central bank for all the
Damn, look how big that mug is.
central banks, and how they all work together to create this one world government, the one world order, which is what they're trying to do. So Freedom to Fascism is a movie just to get you a good basic education about how the world is really working. And I really want everybody to see that movie. Critical. In terms of the
we'll watch
CFR,
it here sometime if I can find it.
Compartmentalization, I mean, there are many good people, I believe, that are part of these organizations who don't even understand what the organization's really about. People like when I was in Germany doing cancer treatment, there was a gentleman there who was visiting a friend of his who had cancer, and he was a member of the CFR, and we were talking, and I showed him the movie. He said, "Oh my God, I'm going to resign. I had no idea this was what the CFR was about." He had no idea. He was just a nice guy who thought he was in this prestigious organization.
Yeah, a lot of it's about getting good people, and so you can watch them. Keep your friends close, your enemies closer.
Well, no, it wasn't even that. It was, well, a lot of people join the CFR because they think it's a prestigious organization. It'll help them in business, make good business contacts. They didn't have an understanding that the CFR is really about world domination, about how they and the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderbergers, all work together, with the banks to control the people. A lot of them don't understand that. They don't see the big picture. Oh, it's CFR, it's a prestigious organization. I'll meet this one, I'll meet that one. I can do good business deals out of it. It's just business to them. The CFR wants to get the people in there that have influence and power, and so they're part of that. So they're not opposing them, It's like the whole country today is becoming the haves and have-nots. You're getting the very, very wealthy, the middle class is being destroyed, and you're getting the poor people.
Isn't this just a slick mafia that took over and uses fancy PR?
Well, you can call it mafia, you call it whatever you want, but it's definitely a criminal organization. There's no question about it. But it's a criminal organization that has prestige, that appears to have what's the word I'm looking for? Class, style. It's like, respected.
Oh, it's early.
People don't look at it as being a criminal organization. That's what a great job they've done. People look at Alan Greenspan as being a hero. The maestro.
What do you think happened with him in the late '60s? He wrote a big section, a chapter for Ayn Rand in a book, and he talked about how horrible the Federal Reserve was. We needed a gold standard. Now the bankers are robbing us. And then they literally came and said, "Oh, and you see somebody who made a deal with Beelzebub."
Well, exactly. You make a deal with the devil. I mean, it gave him a chance to be one of the most powerful men on the earth.
Hell no. Greenspan was a critic and joined them.
It gave him a chance to accomplish things he never thought he would accomplish in his life other than that. And it's very seductive. It's a very attractive perfume. I mean, I was attracted.
It'd be hard to turn it down.
They came to me and spoke to me about it. I thought about it. I was attracted to it, They asked me if I wanted to open up these nightclubs, open up a chain of Baywatch nightclubs, and we'll do this thing, we'll do that, and we can do this. I mean, all these things were proposed to me, business ventures. But
And they probably would have got like some dirt on him or something, been like, "You're either gonna stay a part of us, or we'll make your life hell." You know, it's a good thing he never said yes.
You know what it is? It was your nature, though. It's the way you are. You couldn't go to it.
Well, I can't do that to people. I just can't be in a position where I can do that to other people. I have a conscience, and my conscience would not permit me to do that. You know, people say I'm very courageous. I don't think I'm courageous. I think I have a conscience, and my conscience doesn't allow me to do that to people. It makes me feel sick. You know, I just don't believe in it.
No, I agree. When I do bad things, I feel bad. When I do good things, I feel good.
Yeah, exactly. I feel the same way, and I mean, I don't know what's going to come out.
I mean, I don't have that much money, but I've got some money, and it's like, what more do I need? I can go on a trip if I want. I can help pay for my kids to go to school and have my wife, comfortable. I mean, how do I go out and screw people so I can have some more junk?
Well, you know, money's a funny thing. You know, I was talking to Michael Eisner one day, and I said to Michael, you may have $1 billion, Michael, but they're all dollars. You know, if the dollar goes bad, how much money are you going to have? You know, and that's the thing. You know, everything is denominated in dollars. Everybody thinks in terms of dollars, but the dollar has no value. And someday it's everything.
Sorry guys, I haven't been looking at
really,
chat.
The whole universe, financial universe we live in, is a matrix fraud.
Yes, it is, and that's why it's going to come crashing at some point. And they're going to try and hold up as long as they can. I mean, whenever they want to manipulate the markets, they can. If they want to send the
that's awesome, Gnostic. If he does, Great Lakes Paranormal.
There's no more free markets. You don't live in a society where.
Hey, Bowling Stone, I will do that. Bowling Stone, I promise.
Society,
But meanwhile, they say it's capitalistic and free market all day, when really they're waging war financially and politically.
Exactly right.
Aaron Russo, I want to thank you for this interview. Anything else you want to add?
No, I'm happy to do it for you.
How about your website?
My website, freedomtofascism.com. Go over there, take a look at it. You know,
I don't think it's up anymore now that he's passed away.
You know, take our country back, restore the Constitution. Don't let these bankers do this to us anymore. Stand up. Don't be afraid of them, and do what you got to do. You know, and I have plans in the works, and when I get over my problems.
Shout out again to Cool Lick, Smiley Face. Go give him a subscription.
Thank you, Ass. And listen, you've done a great job alerting people to the truth. And don't. In other words, don't be afraid to be ridiculed by these people. You know, if 9/11 was a phony, and I know it was, then stand up and say it's a phony. Don't be scared to tell the truth. Don't allow their powers of trying to make you look silly to frighten you.
What did you think of what Charlie Sheen did?
I love what Charlie Sheen did. I was so respectful of what he did. I just applauded him.
People saw right through that attack. They flipped a light switch when they went after him.
Yeah, but they don't. You see, the thing is that more people don't come out and do it. You know, to build that wave. Charlie did it. I'm really proud of the guy.
David Lynch did. But the media was smart and didn't bite this time.
Right. I mean, a few people have, but they're not picking up on it because they control the media.
James Brolin did on The View.
I heard that as well. But again, they're not picking
Barbara
up.
Walters looked like she's about to have a heart attack.
But they don't pick up on it. You see, they don't allow it to go anywhere. You know, it comes if someone says something, they let it die. You know, but they keep perpetuating. You know, the war on terrorism. They keep perpetuating all these things that are lies. And because we've given the Federal Reserve the money-making power, they control the media, they control the government, and they're all in bed together. So you're fighting all this propaganda all the time, and it's a very difficult fight. Americans, mobilize. Stand together, stand tall, tell the government you're mad as hell, no longer cooperate with the government, do not accept the national ID card, do everything in your power to restore freedom and your individuality back to America. Stop being a country run by the institutions for the institutions. Let's go back to we the people, by the people, for the people, as opposed to we the institution, by the institution, for the institution. Stand up for your individual rights.
Amen.
Stand up for the godliness that's in each and every one of us.
Thank you for watching this historic interview with Aaron Russo. Please don't just stand down after watching this film. Research the private Federal Reserve for yourself. Realize it is the main head on the Hydra that we have to go after. Realize that we can fight the political parties all day, but until we go after the heart, the root of the problem, nothing's going to get better. We have this ruling class of private bankers that issue all this fiat currency, and they have committed unbelievable crimes and have the audacity to claim that they're above the law. Ladies and gentlemen, now more than ever, we don't have a choice. It's us or them. Either the New World Order is removed from power, or the world faces more wars, more tyranny, and a nightmarish police state carried out by these eugenicists. So in the memory of Aaron Russo and every other freedom lover out there in history, and for the future of our children and the species, humanity itself, let's call for grand jury investigations of the private Federal Reserve. Let's arrest the bankers. Let's kick these foreign corporate criminals out of our country and get our constitutional republic back. Let's stop being distracted and diverted by the liberal and conservative puppets they stick up in our faces on television. Let's look past the front men to the actual architects of the New World Order and bring them to justice. There's no way these arrogant bastards can get away with this if we expose them and speak out against them. And more, it's coming out even in the mainstream media that they are a pack of criminals who are above the law and who have hijacked our nation. But they're only above the law in our minds. We have to expose them as the criminals they are and bring them to justice. Look in the mirror. You are the solution. Take action and join the ranks of folks like Aaron Russo, Ron Paul, and so many others. God bless you all, and thank you for watching this presentation. Now spread the word about the true enemy of the people in the Fed, in the New World Order, in the hegemony of private central bankers.
Alright guys, we're almost done with that. I'm just going to show people this one clip that didn't see it, maybe that weren't here before. This is in the early beginning, and this is also for Army Vet to see. And then we will go to some music and chill time, because I know people are tired of watching this long ass thing.
The ultimate goal that these people have in mind is the goal to create a one world government run by the banking industry, run by the bankers, and they're doing it in sections. The European currency, the euro, and the European Constitution is one part of it.
Army Vet's gone, I guess.
In America with the North American Union.
Damn, Army Vet.
Right, and they want to create a new
currency.
Could have
let me know you was gone.
Right. And the whole agenda is
disappears.
to create a one world government where everybody has an RFID chip implanted in them. All money is to be in those chips. Right? There'll be no more cash. And this is giving me straight from.
Why doesn't it keep playing?
Rockefeller himself.
Oh, look it. I don't know why Army Vet was here and then left. She said she was going to stay even if she wasn't talking or whatever, but she dipped. He took the baby. We're going to check on this video next, but I want to create a post. I'm going to open that link in a new tab. I want to create a post to share this video for anyone that might want to watch it on their own. hate when it does that. Shout out to the 661st subscriber. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I really do. People don't know how much this YouTube means to me and why I appreciate it and have responded the way I have. People really don't know how much this platform has taught and exposed to me over my years and influenced me. And the fact that I've been on here since '07 ought to tell people something. But, you know, they think it's just a flat fad, or I'm just doing it for square or for fucking bait or whatever. Alright, let me look at the chat before we start this next video, which is going to be about the Moscow, Idaho murder. This is the Series 2 video. I will be doing a redo of the Series 1 just in some case. For instance, I may not be able to get my other video live back up that got taken down. Supposedly, apparently, by reacting to someone's comment or content, they took great offense and they filed a copyright strike. And so because of that, I have reached out to them and let them know that I thought it was something that reactors do. I've tried to get, like, where the opportunity presented itself or whatever, I've tried to get approval usually before reacting to someone's stuff, but I don't always do it because I see, and I've seen other people that never do it, so I didn't know, and I never was told or got a information thing saying make sure you do. If you, like, I've never used anyone's content in a way meant to copyright or take it or plagiarize it. I have always tried to use the content by the fair use guidelines. And up until this, it was only the algorithm that ever caught me for violating the guidelines or something, and it didn't hurt my channel. But this channel owner, you know, I reach out to them by email, and I hope we can resolve it. I really do. Issues. I mean, I don't mind not reacting to his content if that's what he prefers, you know, like, I can understand and take what people want and respect their wishes.
In this video, we're going to discuss...
But we're going to start here. The facts by How to Hunt. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll try to, from now, I mean, I know Crime Circus doesn't mind if I react to his videos, and I'm gonna make sure that I try to ask always from now on, because I don't want to have to, and that guy may end up saying, fuck you, I'm not taking the thing down, so, and I just have to go to copyright school, and it'll be off of my account by April, but that's all. Which, I mean, I'm probably going to do anyways, like,
Everybody's really been looking forward to the new video from Lumpy and the Lumpettes. Even Lumpy. Russell's a huge fan. He can't wait to tell all his friends about it. Hey, Russell! You didn't create that video. You just copied someone else's content. Uploading someone else's content without permission could get you into a lot of trouble. It may be copyright infringement.
I haven't uploaded anything.
Copyright is a form of protection for original works of authorship, including literary, dramatic, musical, graphic, and audiovisual creations. Copyright infringement occurs when a copyrighted work is reproduced, distributed, performed, or publicly displayed without the permission of the copyright holder or the legal right to do so. Even though YouTube is a free site, you can get in serious trouble for copyright infringement. You can be sued and found liable for monetary damages. You could lose your booty. Or worse, you could lose your
I love how they say it decided to use the word booty.
YouTube account. You only get a few chances. If YouTube receives a valid notification of alleged copyright infringement from a copyright holder for one of your videos, the video will be removed in accordance with the law. You'll be notified via email and in your account, and you'll get a strike. If YouTube finds you're a repeat offender, you'll get banned for life. Here's an idea. Why not make your own video? Uh-oh, you're making a video of Lumpy's live performance of his song, which is still protected by copyright. You still may not be able to upload it without permission. Oh, Russell, your reuse of Lumpy's content is clever, but did you get permission for it? Mashups or remixes of content may also require permission from the original copyright owner, depending on whether or not the use is a fair use. In the United States, copyright law allows for the fair use of copyrighted material under certain limited circumstances, without requiring permission from the owner. Under the law, determinations of fair use take into account the purpose of the use, the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount and substantiality of the work.
Must fair use copyrighted material under certain limited circumstances without prior permission. Under the law, determinations of fair use take into account the purpose and character of the use, the nature of the copyrighted work, the amount and
Use in relation to the work as a whole, and the effect of the use upon the potential market for the copyrighted work. Other jurisdictions may have similar copyright provisions protecting fair use or fair dealing. If you are uncertain as to whether specific use qualifies as a fair use, you should consult a qualified copyright attorney. If someone copies your work after you posted it, you have the right to take it down. YouTube provides tools for rights holders to control the use of their content. If someone takes down your video by mistake, or as a result of a misidentification of the material to be removed, there's a counter-notification process for that. You can send YouTube a notice that there was an error. But be careful. If you misuse the process, you could end up in court. And then you would get in a lot of trouble. That's how the law works. That's more like it. By singing an original song, you're creating your own content. When you make an original video, you're the owner of your own copyright, and you have the right to post it to YouTube. Original content is what makes YouTube interesting. Start creating your own, and who knows, your video could explode. If you're still unsure about copyright issues, YouTube has some resources as a starting point. For more information, click the link for copyright at the bottom of every page.
It's fine to use someone else's content as long as it already appears on YouTube. content found between 156 to 204. So I only reacted to I only reacted to about 8 minutes worth of really 8 minutes worth of content, and you're gonna file a strike? Okay, well, I'll make sure to always ask. That sucks. At least I know Crime Circus is cool with me doing it. Let's check this video out, guys. I'm sorry, that kind of puts me in a downer mood. I'm gonna take a break real quick and play y'all some music. Be right back. Before I do that, I'll check the chat out. I wanted to watch that and show that as a video also to anyone else that's a new YouTuber. That way they could see, so they can learn from my mistake and hopefully not, you know, like, it should be fair. It should have been fair use. I really think that was fair use, and maybe the guy will retract it. I don't know. I did ask him. You have a great day too, Heather. I understand. I wasn't scratching my ass. I was putting on cream and stuff. What are you talking about? I don't care if they put out some videos. I wasn't scratching my ass. I did this, maybe. At the very most, I was scratching the part where I have my stitches and stuff. It is close to my ass, sure. Oh my god. I swear to God, dude. Like,
revolutionary new product called CumDawn. What exactly is CumDawn? Well, CumDawn is
you know, when I started getting
That's me putting it on my leg and putting it all around near. I never did one time touch my ass crack or go in my ass.
Dancing with the game, moonwalk on vinyl. Going down the great, I'm a Tennessee Titans.
Changed my life.
Anyways, like I said, this stuff, you know, fuck you, Herbal. I don't care. Well, apparently this one guy, and it was Lord Wojak that did it, and I sent him an email, and I was pretty, I mean, I'll even show you all the email. I'm not scared. I said, hello. I said, my name is Ian. I run a channel of mine, and I came across your channel. Really liked your content. I reacted to it, I believe, a few times during a live stream. You have copyright claimed it. Sir, if I was wrong for me to react without asking, I'm still new to this platform, not monetized, nor did I ever plan to make any of these live chill streams monetized anyways. Is there some resolve we can come to? If I agree to never react or use your content in any videos, would you please think of removing the strike? I am dealing with a lot from haters who have found me online and are trying to ruin my life already on YouTube and doing things that is stressful as it is. So if I could ask you for your forgiveness and you take the copyright off, I will gladly cut your content. Sincerely, my name and channel I own. And it's good to know all the videos I made that they did just upload without transforming or doing any fair use stuff. I'm going to start, I will strike. You Workyverse people that are listening. And that Martin Speaks dude, like, I really, you know, I don't know why I'm saying subscribe to him. Like, he blocked me and everything for no reason, like, other than he assumed I was stream sniping him because probably one of the Workyverse people went over there, or one of their fans went over there and told him I was, and they didn't even give me, like, I even went over there and told him I was. Like, that's what... I'd actually like to hear what the mix-up has to say about this. I'm going to pause it though and ask him if he minds I stream. Do you mind if I stream your live, my new channel's live, and we are interested? We're just going through YouTube. If you don't want to, I understand. I also didn't want you to think I was stream sniping you. I haven't played your live yet. It's paused. Thanks, Desiree, for calling me weird. don't know why people have to hate me. That was mean. I didn't deserve that. Never done anything to the mix-up.
Alright, y'all. It's all my donkey fucking calm now, motherfucker. Alright, here we go. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for the... Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta get the... Hold on. Y'all. How you like me now? This is for you, Jamie. Sorry. Something's going down in town. Yo, here. It's for you, beautiful Jamie. Justice, hick, hop, hicky, hickety, hop, hicker, hooker. Me? All right, let's see. I'm behind. Oh, Mike Cable. Your energy is awesome. Mike Cable, did I see you in Martin Speaks Live? I was going over Martin Speaks Live yesterday, and I saw you were making some comments in his live and shit. Fuck Martin, yo. He's a fucking flip-flopper. We told him that he was going to turn into Creek Squad by becoming friends with fucking Power Joke, no fucking Strokity Joke Circle, and fucking Cortex, and fucking Eismic. Oh my god, y'all. Ugh. Fuck. Ugh.
Wow.
Yeah, y'all. Tatas.
The mix-up really blocked me. Really. Fuck Creek. Man, he's supposed to be part of Creek Squad. I've always been a fan and nice to Miss Patty and Upchurch and defended them and told people to leave them alone, and I can't believe how people are treating me. All because of the fucking Workyverse. Because they've made me look... This is what I was worried about. That people wouldn't want to collab or associate with me if they did this shit. I knew there wasn't no just ignoring this shit. It's fucking bullshit.
Alright. Yeah, booty time, Mike Cable. Your energy is awesome. Thank you, bro. Thank you for coming. Get on you deaf hot to try. Dumb genius. Sly, can you do what she wants? What? Who wants me to do what?
Bam! Does Ice not know that I
you
didn't even dox that dude yesterday?
About putting that.
For the record, Enlightened Watcher, your fucking apology was bullshit.
Heiny in the sky, you're teasing raging rodents across the planet. Dana's like, oh Lord, my boo is fucking, what is she doing? Jean says, good morning to you, Christy J. Iceman, cover girl, and Maybelline isn't gonna fix them. Iceman, shit.
All I've tried to do is work and fit in, be a part of YouTube. These people have done nothing but made it hell. They even almost, oh my god.
That bitch needs a whole fucking facelift and shit. Yeah, it's Tata time. Yo, excuse me. That was Jamie coming out of me. Right? USA, baby. Home of the free. Land of the brave. Is that how it goes? Y'all, I don't know. I'm fucking high.
Fuck this shit.
I'm fucking high. Yeah. Oh, my titties are hitting me. Okay, let's say we got something. What's up? Dana Hall says, I mean, if Martin wants to grow his channel
Why didn't he film himself riding by Jimmy's or going to the courthouse? Would have been awesome content. Oh, so he did go to Jim's town? He went to Jimmy's town? PBR's town? Mike Cable. Yes, that was me and Martin Lie's comments. I've been doxxed by about 9 different people, so I just figured I'll go by my biological name and afraid of these punk ass bitches. Not afraid of these punk ass bitches. Fuck yeah, rock on, man. Yeah, I've been doxxed too, bro. We all been doxxed. You know, you just gotta get a set of titties like Jamie. Ooh, bet you that bitch is so lonely she'd be motorboating her titties all the time. I mean, if I had some big gazongas, I'd be like, ugh. But I got a man, so you know, I ain't lonely like Jamie. So she'd be hitting on all the married men, all the married YouTubers, Captain Save-A-Ho and shit like that, you know? It's not crack, y'all. Not. Oh, they're gonna cut it, clip it. It's weed, y'all. Mike Cable, I ain't got nothing to hide. I'm actually proud of my past. If they can find my records, good luck. Hey, same here, brah. Same here. Dana Hall. He says he did, but no proof. I would have filmed the fuck yeah. If I and what Jump Genius say? Looks like 2 humongous queen size water beds. Yeah, these bitches are they're my daughter's squinkies. Well, actually, this one's mine because I love Buddha. It's a Buddha. So those have been my Jamie titties, y'all. I'll give you a shot of the booty later. Nah, I'm just joking. I'm trying to entertain y'all. Because this is for entertainment purposes only. Okay, dumb genius. Motorboating is fun. Yes, it is. Mike Cable. Big talkers talking about showing up at people's houses. So Martin says that he went to fucking PBR's hood and shit like that. Why would you not video? Why would you not go live? I saw some people going after Martin. He says he don't give a fuck. He stands alone. No, bitch, you don't stand alone. You're in a fucking gaming fucking shit like a child with fucking Cortex who's fucking hammered and doesn't know what the fuck he's saying at the time. I don't even know who the fuck Cortex is. All I know he's Creek Slime. But PBR, if you're watching, you know, I ain't never had nothing against you. You did Dana Hall dirty. And I wish we could get that fixed.
Fuck Creek Squad. Apparently, I'm too weird to be a part of Creek Squad. I'm just a Ryan Upchurch fan.
I wish we could get that fucking fixed. Oh, we got somebody in here. Hold on, y'all. YouTube recorder. So Squarework Media World is stream sniping you. Sad cry. Well. Y'all need your mama too? I mean, shit, who doesn't need a mama? I'm here.
See, people gotta constantly lie. I wasn't even stream sniping her. It was Sharon Isis.
A minute, get. Gets the message out. Well, okay. All right. At Ghetto Nun Clan. I'm not going to sit here and act and play like I'm somebody I'm not. Okay? I'm just not. You get what you see. And that's all there is to it. And I saw fucking fucked up shit going on in these fucked up communities on fucking the YouTube streets. was just an average fucking person, and it was just like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? How do people not see this? And then I start to contact people. I start to talk to people. And, well, what do you know? I mean, all these people are intertwined. Bare Bones, fucking Father-Son Reaction, Rusty Truck, fucking you name it, all of them. All the fucking fags making fucking videos, bullying fucking people, talking shit about people. And, you know, I don't agree with PBR, Psychobabble Rap's approach. But can you imagine, like, all the bullshit he's had to deal with? He said some fucked up shit. Like, I don't fuck with him because he done did Dana Hall dirty, and that's some fucked up shit. And let me see. Mike Cable says, yes, Martin lies. Well, he unsubscribed from me, so whatever. And he's like, yeah, bitch, you better unsubscribe from me, you 50-year bitch. You fucking shut the fuck up, you bald-headed motherfucker. I thought you were kind of handsome, but only when you wear a hat. Once you take that fucking hat off, you look like fucking Humpty Dumpty, motherfucker. Keep that hat on, bitch. Dumb genius. I love sly content. Thank you. I am who I am, and I'm not gonna stop being who I am just because people are I've got fucking hate messages. I've got fucking people telling me they're gonna fucking kill me. All this fucking shit. It don't faze me, okay? I'll say it again. I'm a recovering addict. Okay? You can't beat me. You can't win. You can't win. Motherfucker. Come at me when you know something about addiction. Or you have a family member that is addicted to something. I don't care what the fuck it is. Then you come at me, okay? Then maybe I'll listen to something you have to say. But 1 out of 3 motherfucking people have an addiction problem. So if you think about it, you got Power Stroke, Captain Kurt, Rusty Truck, fucking Father-Son Reacts, which is 2 people. What else? Who other idiot? Fucking Bare Bones. So that's 7 people that I said. There's more. So imagine 2 of those people are addicted to drugs. Just so y'all know. 1 out of 3 people. So if you have a circle of 5 people in your friend group, you can bet that 1 of those motherfuckers are addicted to something. Facts. Sorry. Let's see. Iceman says, right on, Gene, at Amanda, and we support your mission. Thank you, Dana. Well, girl, you know, I don't know what the fuck my mission. Sorry, I got something in my fucking eye. My mission. No, but I'm not losing track of my mission.
Fuck that motherfucker.
I got lots of missions, you know.
Fuck that motherfucker.
Let me try this. I laugh at anything. No, I don't fucking like that. God damn it. Uh-oh, somebody's gonna yell at me for saying GD. I don't really care. Bring it. But anyways, I forgot what the fuck I was saying, man. Where the fuck the rest of the comments go, y'all? The fuck? Where the fuck did my comments just go? Oh, there we go. I'm like, what the fuck? Mike Cable, Martin Lies has some real life consequences heading his way. Yeah, I heard he he punched somebody in the nose over some road rage. Well, good for him. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. Dana Hall, he flip flopped, motherfucker. Fuck him. Dana Hall, it's not even about what PBR does to me per se. It's what he did and continues to do to my child. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. He won't keep that shit out his mouth. Sorry, y'all. I didn't take my nose spray today. Mike Cable. I'm a recovering addict as well. That's why I gravitate to the recovering addicts channels. Well, thank you. You're welcome here. Dumb genius. Bird is addicted to food. I heard she's a big bitch, huh? Somebody was talking about, did somebody see her titties? Did she show her titties on something or something? Christy G. I don't know how to unblock. Fuck you guys. No, they didn't get you for anything. You guys hold on. If mute microphone, share, save highlights. Show mess. Hi. Hold on, y'all. Fuck, you don't want that. Okay, hold on. How do I fucking unblock somebody? Hey, Ghetto, back in the house. Mike Cable. Have a good day, everybody. Off to work. Thought I'd just drop by for a minute and show support. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've been seeing you around the streets, bro. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome back anytime, man. You're welcome back anytime. We all got more in common than y'all know. Like, for real. Power Stroke, you included. You fucking joke. Justice, I don't have anything in common with that bitch. That bitch is fucking... I don't even know. Like, I don't even know the word. I'd have to get the fucking Wikipedia out and find a fucking word for that fucking cunt. Oh, that weed tastes so good. Yo, I don't... How do I unblock somebody, you guys? Oh, okay. Get on says, Dana, your child? What did he do? Oh, girl, you don't know? What Psychobabble Rap did to Dana? Oh, I have to go. Okay. Well, I can't. Oh, shit. Can I do that now?
What?
It's called I Am Love, all in cap. Okay, you guys, if I go away, I'll be back. If I go away, I'll be back. I'll go unblock him. Hold on. Okay, you guys. So if I disappear, oh, Ghetto Nun doesn't know Psychobabble. His name's Psychobabble Rap. He was a fucking fanboy of Upchurch forever. Made reaction videos or whatever the fuck. And that's what Martin Speaks. That's what Power Stroke. They all make videos about PBR, Psychobabble Rap. Calling him a pedophile, doxing him, all sorts of shit. Because they call him a pedophile. But he went after Dana Hall, my BFF. I don't know if she wants to say her piece. I would rather you hear it from her than me. But if you want, go watch Psychobabble Rap. And he talks about Dana Hall all the time. He talks about me. Anybody who signed that petition to get his channel off YouTube, anybody who signed that petition, he has all their names. He's looked up all their addresses. He's found them on Facebook, Instagram, blah, blah, blah.
Yes,
blah, blah.
I have a rod in my femur.
Psychobabble. Whatever. But hold on, you guys. If I leave, I'm coming right back. So hold on. Because I'm going to... Fuck. How do I do this? Okay, hold on. I can't. I have to exit out of this to unblock them. So when I'm done with the live, I'll unblock them. I'm sorry, I Am Love. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to block you. I don't know what the fuck happened. Monkeypox says, Square is mad that you have him blocked. He was in here last night. Unless that wasn't him. I didn't block him.
I didn't say she blocked me. I was just over there.
Whoever the fake Square that docs Jesse got blocked. Monkeypox. Oh, Miss Jen, wifey gang. We got somebody new in the house, y'all. Well, welcome. Barbara Walters died, laugh out loud. Ain't that Iceman dude the one with the dentures? Oh, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. You got fucking dentures? I don't know. Who cares? Shit, who cares what people's teeth look like? Who cares? That's so lame. That's such bully shit. But Miss Jen, thanks for coming. You're okay. Y'all know Miss Jen. Y'all know Miss Jen? 'Cause I don't know Miss Jen. Never seen her anywhere. But hi. So I'm gonna ask the 8-ball a question, y'all. Where's my 8-ball, motherfucker? Okay, y'all. I'm gonna ask you a question. Why is Power Stroke, No Joke, and Justice, aka Deport Nicole Arbor, always in conversations together and doing things together? Are they boyfriend and girlfriend? for hours at a time they're together? Are they boyfriend and girlfriend? I think it answered the question yesterday. So what does it say? Concentrate and ask again. I probably asked it too many goddamn questions. Is Power Stroke no joke? Fucking Justice, aka Nicole Bort, bitch. Ask again later. Nobody wants to know because nobody fucking cares. Fucking hoe. Ho, ho, ho. Bitch. Monkeypox. Morning. Good to see you. Square said that he's not blocked. My bad. He was bawling again. He's bawling. He misunderstands so much stuff. But, you know, whatever. I don't think he should be. Personally, I don't think he should be on YouTube. No, not being rude or anything, but no, my screen is not dirty. It's the filter I'm using. See, you want to see? Want to see? Why do you care if it's dirty? Who cares? See these filters? See them? See them? See them? See them? See them all? See them? See them? Do you? Do you? There you go. You always y'all complain about the stupidest shit, I swear. Yeah, we need to abort Nicole. Not Nicole R, but we need to abort Justice. Justice, abort, abort, abort. Justice is dirty. She's a dirty bitch. They're all fucking dirty. They're all dirty. They have the facts. They have the fucking evidence. They have the fucking proof of multiple things going on. And they just want to act blind because guess what? Bet you any money, Jamie's blackmailing them. And Captain Savaho, you know, Captain Savaho was in my live and he admitted some shit about Jesse. He busted himself out my fucking live. So Power Stroke, if you would not skip through my videos or my lives and you'd watch the whole fucking thing, because I don't go and do 9-hour fucking lives like y'all lame asses do, okay? How wide is the mouth hole in Jean's mask? Once Barbara Walters died, Level wants to know. I don't know. You're retarded. What the fuck? Get out of here, bitch. Bye. See ya when I want to be ya, motherfucker. But I don't know what the fuck I was talking about, y'all. See? My filter. This is a filter. Huh? Filter. See them? Makes it foggy, makes it rustic, makes it black and white. And see? See? Hey, Deuces, look at that. Deuces. Bare bones, you see that? Fuck you, bitch. Let's see. Dana Hall says, I don't believe Jamie is blackmailing them. Yeah, I don't think she's smart enough. She's stupid. I don't know what the fuck she's doing, but she's going around to people.
I don't think she can fix it.
She's making fake accounts. I know for a fact that she's making fake accounts. So Dana Hall, just a whole bunch of others. Oh, there's so many. Oh, Captain Savaho's in the house. What's up, Hobeg? Captain Hobeg wants to say, you're an idiot. I told you I asked Jesse what happened on Discord. Fuck Discord. I don't give a fuck about Discord, bitch. You fucking blasted yourself out in my fucking live. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You had something to do with it, bitch. Hi, Jamie. Hi. You needed your mama? Captain, save a hoe. I ain't no hoe, bitch. Why you all up in my shit? What's up, Stormwood? Stormwood's in the house. What's up? What's up, fam? Smash the like button. Smash that fucking like button or get the fuck out, in the words of fucking Captain Save a Hoe. Yeah. Isn't that rude? Smash that fucking like button or get the fuck out. Fuck you, bitch. Thank you, Storm. Iceman, whose sausage you chasing today, Captain Save a Hoe? You know, he's got that Upchurch. He probably kisses at nighttime. Oh, Upchurch, I love you. Everybody says, hey, Storm.
Yeah, that motherfucker want to church your tongue.
What's up, Storm? Dumb genius. What's the story behind Jesse? Dana, you want to enlighten? So, Jesse, the Enlightened Watcher, he used to be Stone Dad. He had a channel, Stone Dad. He had more subscribers than all these fucking fake OG motherfuckers ever had. So, somebody told Patty Lynn, Ryan Upchurch's mom, that Stone Dad was a pedophile. And Patty Lynn went live and said, unsubscribe from Stone Dad. He's a fucking pedophile, blah, blah, blah. Running her mouth without having the facts because it's not true. We know it's not true. If somebody can find some evidence of it, bring it. You can't because it's not true. So Patty Lynn opened this whole fucking shitstorm for Stone Dad. And Stormwood, he doxed himself, though. I seen it. I think he did it to prove himself. Who did? Jesse? I doxed my own self. I don't give a fuck. Come bring it. You want to stop at my house? Oh, I invite it.
I may be having an appointment coming up here soon where I have to leave. But yeah, she did block me. And if she did block me, y'all need to let her know. Because I tell you what, Slap by Sly, like, you accused me of something, you retracted it, and really, it wasn't you, it was Jesse that did it, and said I doxed him, which I didn't, and then y'all he's gonna return the favor, because I'm assuming it was him that blocked me after I took down the video I made reacting to his one shit and everything, the short and all. I did all that out of good faith, and that's how I still get treated by you, Enlightened Watcher. Like, you motherfuckers suck. Like, what is it else I could possibly fucking do? Apologize, fucking turn around, and I even basically pay restitution by deleting the videos and stuff. People that don't give a fuck and have done me wrong, they're not ever planning on deleting their videos. Even though I've agreed to forgive them completely and everything. Oh, but we're going to be talking about it today. I'm going to, my counselor's office, if they have to, they're going to point me in the direction of legal aid if we have to have a third party intervene to get the cops to do something. Because after last night and this morning, them using a fucking fake account again of my police department, that shit ain't cool. I'm an American, I'm a citizen, and I don't appreciate you disrespecting and impersonating and trying to pretend to be the cops and troll me. Because I bet you they had done it with both intentions in mind. Either I could react one way and think it really was them that made an account to observe stuff, and they was hoping that it'd play out that way, I bet. Or they knew it would play out the other way and I would call it out, which I did. And so they tried to fucking make it seem like it was me last night by making the Hayti Police Department account say Justice for Ian. Well, number one, if that was a real police department account, it wouldn't say some shit like that. And number two, come on, really? Get the fuck out of here with all that bullshit. You little trolls are being snitches, going off, running to people and telling them I'm stream sniping. Stream sniping is playing the stream and talking about, look at this dumb bitch and everything like that. Do you see me fucking saying shit mean to her? That's what y'all are doing to me right now, I bet. Matter of fact, here. Let's check out Boss Lady Fat Bitch and see what she's got on. Yeah. Oh, let me clarify. Boss Lady Big Bitch is my opinion. Alright, she's obese. That's my opinion of her. I'm allowed to say that. It's not hate speech. No. I just like to call you Boss Lady Big Bitch because of the injustices you've done against me. I do not hate you. I simply very much dislike you. Let's see if you're live, Boss Lady Big Bitch. Come on. I'm still subscribed to you, bird. Come on, bird. Oh, damn, you figured. Damn, you must be at the very end of the list. Oh, wait, that's right. I ain't subscribed to your ugly ass. No, that bitch ain't live. Here's some of the bullshit they said, though. She got some balls. She's got some balls keeping that video up. Oh, wait, no, she don't. She's a girl. Is she? Oh, I don't want, man, she might be transgender. I don't know. I don't want to offend her.
It's still my fault for fucking those shitty ass streams and those mistakes. It's my fault. It's not theirs. Even though they put all this pressure and shit on me, I recognize that it's my fault. And I've never shrunken from that accountability.
That's true. I didn't. Oh, y'all are using my shit now. Oh, she's a part of the boss. She's part of the boss of Scooter Begg's gang.
Everything was going so good. Yeah, so I'm leaving YouTube. It's no one's forcing me or anything. I felt like this before going to bed. So it's mostly me that's making me think.
Well, at least we see right here at the beginning, it's Bird that signed into her account. Maybe they'll show, she probably edited it, but I bet you someone's got a screen recording where it shows whenever it switched and people came up on panel and then she was logged into the police accounts. Please tell me someone got it.
I don't want to associate. I don't even want to be associated with anyone anymore.
You think that, like, trolling the Workyverse, I hope you're, like, kind of acting like guitar fingers and recording them, because they're not used to that type of shit. And if you do that to them, you know, they'll have to get a lot more creative on how they do shit. But if you were in the Boss Lady Birds last night and recording that, you might have actually caught on which person, or if it was Bird herself that was using that account. And that would be huge, dude.
Removed it and people were taking it out of context. I don't know. I was thinking about re-uploading it, but I don't know. It's just like the most trying to prove the
Get them out of here. Unless they make it to where you can't, then make sure to screenshot it.
Spokesman wanted to say nothing video, but if they do, but that's all I have to say. This is
what spokesman?
Logic.
Downloader, right? They'll always use to download YouTube videos.
I appreciate you.
That's funny. One click to,
Dad, my brother.
maybe it'll work this time.
Red Eye hangs out with some gangsters, I see.
It's like
BCME, I mean, that's a game. It acts like a game. Whatever BCMCE is, that the way they act like it and have Scooter Beggins and make it look all dark and shit, I mean, that's my opinion. Can't sue somebody for their opinion.
So why would I want to download this video in live?
Y'all state things as fact. That's the difference. Can you change it to say our opinion is of Square Work? Because that's what you'd have to do to make your video stay up.
You're really hugging your teammate's ass right there? Why the fuck are you hugging your teammate's ass so much? So on the dating show to a girl like, it has to be scrutinized. You have to scrutinize it if it's brought up to you like that. Well, I hope he does. I hope he gets to the bottom of it, and I hope he learns.
Tried to say Channel 9 knew that for him. It was naughty. Thank you, Chef.
Yes, then I saw that. I was there for that. Yeah, he said Channel 9. This ain't no Channel 9. This is 8B News. Active Boy News. Yeah.
Yeah! Ugly ass bitch. Oh, and there's Petey with my mom's face on there.
And they fucking put themselves out there like, probably do. Probably do too. Slung mud at the whole organization, you know. I mean, it's like, welcome to the order of Masons and shit like that. Excuse me, do y'all know Square? Now that I'm a Mason, do y'all know Square? Oh, yes, we know Square. I'm out. I'm out. Fuck ya. Oh, I'm out.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Don't you ever talk about my fraternity like that. Like, you already had stuff to go along with it anyways. You're just talking shit. I'm gonna get a picture of you right here sitting with my mom's fucking face. You piece of shit, disgusting little asshole. I'm better than you and all your fucking friends. Here, why don't we take a live of it? We'll take a short so that I can tweet to YouTube to get your account deleted, Bubba. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. There's Petey Wheatstraw on a panel with my private picture of me as a kid sitting next to my mom, using it as his profile picture, and she's dead. I will be sending this to YouTube, as he's done more than this, made hateful, abusive content, impersonated me, all types of things, and he needs to be stopped. Please. Straw on a panel. I think I wrote that down for you or something. When I have my appointment with my therapist, they said they'll be here next Thursday, which maybe this Thursday evening, or early in the morning, they're going to pick me up. So they would have came here if I had an appointment. I don't know why that's written. I did get ready this morning. Got back into that routine, which was crucial since I'm going to be going to school. Crucial, I had that routine goes back. Petey Wheatstraw, a little bitch. Motherfucking old wannabe so-called devil son-in-law, a little piece of shit bitch. What you are, you little motherfucker. God, little bitch, man. Get off YouTube and change your phone numbers is not doing him any favors, huh? I'm gonna call that that's just another form of harassment because you keep sharing my shit, weakest link, and I just reported you. So you just keep it up, and I'm just gonna keep reporting you, and eventually you guys will stop harassing me because you'll get scared you're gonna lose your accounts. Hell, I got backups. I ain't worried. I'll start from the ground up. In a new algorithm with completely whole new people? Fuck. I don't really want to, but I'll do it if I got to. Like, you know, I'm sitting here like just screaming shit on community posts and caps and telling, like, basically you want to call it dry snitching and telling on you guys for impersonating a cop. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. This is the peak 2023 America, where nobody gives a fuck about corruption and even local, small corruption within citizens and shit. Nobody gives a fuck. Everybody's worried about getting their next this, or food, or fucking show. Everybody's worried about their daily routine. Everybody's worried about what they like. Nobody's worried about the common fucking good. The decency, the morality, instead of saying, yeah, the world's not fair, that's how it's meant to be, and then that's how it's always been, say, well, the world's been not fair, but we as humans can try to make it fair if we just treat each other right collectively, and that happens collectively. Butterfly effect. Boom. Do. Just spreads out all over. That's all it takes. All it takes is a big wave, and we haven't had a majority wave go through and do that yet. People say it's impossible. Bullshit. Yeah, I know it says called local PD, and then we called them last night, and guess what? We sat here on live for an hour, and they never responded. My town is not even 10 miles wide and long all around, and they did not respond. I have had them respond quicker for welfare checks and so-called suicide threats I didn't even say on stream. Didn't allude to, didn't say, didn't hint, didn't do anything to try. Never, ever. Do you hear me, YouTube? I need to make this loud and clear. I have never said on this stream or on any of my anything have I ever said, fuck it, that's it, I'm gonna do blah blah blah, nor did I say, well, you know, fuck it, I didn't say it ominously. No way in all did I ever say that with that intent on any stream. But yet they've called the police and they've told them I did. Somehow the police had said that I did yesterday. But I know I didn't. And it's strange how they said they came by the house and knocked, but I didn't hear it. Now, granted, that could have prevented it, but still, remember, I've already had an encounter before when I was, and they came to the window. You know why? Because they know why I keep that window open most of the time. And they woke me up then. So why, if they had come yesterday and I'd supposedly been in danger, why would they knock on the door and then leave and give up? Makes no sense. It's sus is what it is. It's almost like that. I've always, since I came on YouTube, declared that my department don't like me, and ever since then, it's almost like that my department wants to use these people doing this shit to be like almost as a way to get me involuntarily committed, which I don't believe is even a thing, but they try to make me getting scared and think it is. I've been voluntarily, not committed, but I've submitted for voluntary psychiatric evaluation before. And see, that's all in my record. So those are all good points, good things on me. Me seeing a psychiatrist regularly, that's a good thing on me. You know? Yeah, they'll come over a damn nap, but not harassment. Now, Grandpa, we do have the psychiatrist appointment today. Brownie. Yeah, that's what. I know. It could very well be. That's a shame too, because, you know, it seems that a lot of people we end up helping and doing things out of the goodness of our hearts, they take and they stab us in the back. I can't go right now to Storm. My grandpa's gonna eat lunch. I'm not gonna upset that, let him do that. I got an appointment at 2. I'm gonna eat lunch. But now after I talk with my psychiatrist, I'm gonna let her know about all of this. And I'm gonna let her know, and I'm gonna let her know that I'm in fear about certain things, and then I'll call the police again. Go up there, whatever. Yeah, I mean, I'll go up there. I'll go up there with your information fusion MCs and say there's 2 names and information. You said you needed names. I said those are 2 out of the group. That's the best I could do. Y'all are going to have to do the rest of the investigative work on your own. Which, you know, they could easily do just by making YouTube accounts. Some of them cops up there know how to use YouTube, and you know, I really want to see what did the Mix-Up talk shit about me for real? I don't give a fuck how big his show is either.
Sometimes the payout is more and greater.
Dude.
If these allegations about
time you say allegedly, or he's I don't need to prove shit, bro.
Yeah, they'll come over and damn that, but not harassment.
Like that, you want
Did the Mix-Up really block and talk shit about me?
enter the true crime community. You know,
Power Stroke.
And Brownie. You know, like, if he did, that was kind of fuck up. Like, I've never done shit to the Mix-Up. Just people hating, no reason. Yeah, JM is better than this shit. And he started 4 months ago. Motherfucker tried to lie to me and say he ain't got no videos on me, ain't a part of them, everything else. He tried the same bullshit script MC, Fusion, all of them did. Tried to become friendly with me so I would put my guard down and then fucking yap to him. It's all they tried to do. Back to back to back. I'm pretty sure the Vile Eye wouldn't mind if I reacted to some of his videos. If I credited him and stuff. He has some good videos. Here we can do Patrick Bateman, and it's 10 minutes. Y'all make sure to check out the Vile Eye. He's got 500,000 subscribers.
Hello, everyone.
He deals in true. Well, his content's actually not just true crime related. It's really unique content he makes about characters from films and stuff, and he details the archetypes of how they are, how you say, messed up, or, you know, like, that's why it's called Analyzing Evil, his series is, because he basically analyzes the profile of these characters and everything like that to study and find out, like, you know, and help people understand evil better and understand the psychopathy of it and everything. And it's just a really, really good series. I've been tuned in to The Vile Eye now for a couple years. And that's why I have him on the channels.
In this video, we're going
that I share
to discuss newly obtained information
that I share on my channel, because his channel is an inspiration of what I wish mine could have been, and maybe could have been if I had never showed my face or anything and did content a lot differently. But no, I did it my own weird, unique way, and people either like me or don't like me for it, or think I'm a weirdo in between. But I'm just going to edit this real quick because I want to make sure to credit the Vile Eye. Since I can't ask him, well, I could, but I'd have to wait. So
Hello, everyone.
I just want to
And
credit
welcome
him.
to the 13th episode of Analyzing Evil.
Should be
in this video.
okay.
We'll be reviewing the character of Patrick Bateman as he appears in the film American Psycho.
American Psycho was a 90s movie, and I remember when I was a youngster, my mom, when I went to visit my mom in 2001, when I decided I wanted to stay there and not go back to my dad's, and my grandfather, had made assurance to my mother that, like, whenever she was stable or whatever, which I gotta admit, she wasn't really stable, but she was working and she did have money. I mean, to most people, she would be considered stable, but morally, she wasn't. So I ended up going back to my dad's after some custody battles and stuff. But this was one of the movies I remember getting just some glimpses of, because she would heavily regulate. There was some things she'd allow me to watch because she'd want me to be exposed, but she wouldn't let me just get exposed to everything.
This is yet another character that seeks to terrify viewers of...
But like some of the episodes, that's why I love the show Oz now, because when I was a kid, I never got to watch all of it. Like, she didn't let me watch the brutal scenes or stuff like that. She let me watch basically the parts, because she had I guess back then it was TiVo, or the early part, a DVR. And basically what she would do is she would already have watched it, and so she would just know when to pause it and skip over something. She'd tell me to look away, and I'd look away. And I miss those times with my mom. Those were good times.
This film with reality.
Which makes the episodes watching them now alone somewhat sad, but happy too at the same time.
Reality that a monster like Patrick Bateman could be sitting next to you right at this moment. The very definition of a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Exactly.
We're treated to quite a lot of heinous acts throughout the film that seem to paint Patrick as a murderous deviant.
Yes.
His character is actually quite ambiguous. There are many instances throughout the
weird.
film that leave questions without answers. And in an attempt to understand...
There's theories about that is he having a hallucination the entire film? Is he really delusional? Because he talks about taking psychiatric medication, and at one point he called his lawyer, and the lawyer was like, I don't know what you're talking about. It was almost as if like it was a delusion, and I think he touches on that.
Who exactly Patrick Bateman is. We're going to examine these questions and attempt to provide some clarity.
And that right there was one of the escort girls that he murdered's hair. He took a clipping of her hair and he saves it like a trophy, and smells it and everything else and puts it, it's just, it really shows you what a true psychopath is.
The unknown regarding Patrick. This film, as well as many other films, often have underlying themes that they're trying to get across to the viewer. and I may touch on some of those themes at points, but this video is going to be about Patrick the character, and not what he is intended to represent. There's one last thing I'd like to touch on that's been requested a fair amount.
Technically, he represents a New York yuppie, a high-class, above-middle-class, trendy business type, you know, likes to wear the best suits, go to the best restaurants. Like, that is what culture he's into. That I remember, if not this video, another video breaks it down.
In the comment section before we begin. If I could, I would include audio from the scenes I quote from the film, but I have a hard enough time as it is getting past the system with the footage I include. I've tried it before with mixed results, and I feel that it's best for the long term.
See, he can hardly even react to actual stuff like this and break it down, and he does truly, like, break it down and transforms it. And so I don't see why, like, the system, like I said, on YouTube is broken.
Health of this channel that I go about it this way. Now, with that out of the way, let's begin. On the surface, Patrick is fairly normal. Well, for the time and place at least. He's a rich, handsome, well-dressed 80s yuppie. He has a pretentious way
80s yuppie
of speaking, but for someone akin to him in the real world, that's nothing surprising. He's extremely fit and puts an...
What is an 80s yuppie? Because that's a good question. I don't even know. A person with a well-paid job and fashionable lifestyle. Okay, so he's an 80s yuppie. Got it. Now the rest of the channel knows, if anyone else didn't know. I didn't know.
Care into preserving his skin and his health. Well-educated, wealthy, and sociable, Patrick really does fit the archetype of the boy next door. One thing to keep in mind as well is that Patrick likely was born into the life he lives, as Evelyn states during the film that Patrick's father practically owns the company he works for. The only surface-level characteristic of Patrick that's odd is the way he speaks and moves when talking with his friends or colleagues. It's not overly noticeable, but he does seem a bit off in these moments, and here is where you can get some indication.
He sure does. Like, this is something cool. Watch this.
And that much of what he's doing and saying in the presence of these people is fabricated. We're given reinforcement for this notion in his first monologue of the film, where he states that everything about the person he presents to the outside world is nothing more than a facade. A carefully crafted mask, sculpted to perfection and molded into the image of a sane human being. To quote Patrick, there is an idea of a Patrick Bateman, some kind of abstraction, but there is no real me, only an entity, something illusory. And though I can hide my cold gaze, and you can shake my hand and feel flesh gripping yours, and maybe you can even sense our lifestyles are probably comparable, I simply am not there.
Which just shows, like, how disconnected he is from... He has very much no empathy whatsoever, other than for himself.
As the title would suggest, this description he gives of himself is our first introduction to the many traits that Patrick has that indicates he is indeed a psychopath. There are a few qualifiers a person must have in order to be a...
And technically today this would be classified as antisocial personality disorder. Very rarely do psychiatrists and stuff use the term psychopath today. And that's only if maybe they're dealing with someone like, for instance, the guy that allegedly killed the 4 people in Idaho. He definitely seems to fit the archetypes. That's all I can say, in my opinion.
A psychopath, and they don't necessarily have to have all of them. For Patrick, his distinct lack of empathy, his irresponsible behavior,
first thing I said, empathy,
absence of remorse, massive ego, and his regular use of lies are enough to put him into this category. This monologue doesn't contain all of those things at once, but these traits are all prevalent at points throughout the film. From this monologue, it's plain to see Patrick considers himself an empty person. It could be that his description of himself as an abstraction and an entity indicates that Patrick has never known who he really is on the inside.
He doesn't know who he is, and he doesn't have really a connection to find out and make that connection with others either.
In a scene with Evelyn where they're arguing about whether or not...
Because the whole time he's with this girl that she wants to marry him and everything, he's like... You can tell he's bored, he doesn't want to be around her, I guess, unless he's having sex, and that's the only, you know.
They should have a wedding. He tells her the reason he won't quit the job he hates is because he wants to fit in.
Because I want to fit in, yeah. Hold on just a second. Yeah? Yeah? Alright guys, I'll have to simply finish this another time. I've got to go to an appointment. See you guys later. Take care. Peace. Going to therapy, y'all.